is up? Yo, yo, welcome in. On time. Yes, I was on time. A little bit off. I wanted to make sure all my stuff was set up properly. Or are you saying you were on time? Because I am regularly late to things. How are my levels? How's with music versus voice versus... I guess you can't hear the background. Ooh! Hey, sit down. I like to have Galaga on. I don't think you'll be able to hear it. Also, we were having trouble with the stream last time with the chat. For some reason, it wasn't updating very quickly. So if you're having trouble seeing that or posting to it, hopefully that's fixed by now. Good music and voice. Cool, cool. Yeah, you probably won't be able to hear them. I changed the mic so that it picks up my voice, but then nullifies the background sound. I'm trying to be professional here, you know? Feels more professional in the first stream. Yes, very good. What are we working on today? I'm making more avatars for the next video. I want to have more poses for more varied dialogue. I want to be a little more expressive, so I don't want to limit myself to just like 5 of the same poses. So, you know, making more. And some of these are going to be one-offs for gags, so I'm probably spending too much time on this, but I like it. I think it'll be more involved, more engaged. And I'm an animator. I can't not make expressive characters, you know what I mean? So I gotta wrap these up, and then I got to finalize the script. I'm very close to being done with that. I have all the data. Everything's in. But I wanted to get these poses done, finalize the script a little bit more. I'm gonna add some more kind of like preference of usage this time. I don't know, there were a couple of people who were like, so which one is best overall? And I was like, well, it's kind of up to your discretion. So I think maybe this time I add my opinion on each of the pieces, or each of the sites. On a user level. And then we are also working on, somebody in the Discord was saying that they wanted advice on their piece, and they were specifically working on anatomy, and so I was like, well, tune into the stream, and then if you give me your permission, I can put it on, and I can show you where I would adjust things, and we can do that, if that's something that you would be interested in. So if they tune in, we can do that. YouTuber. I might know who they are if you tell me. I don't watch too many people, but I have a couple in mind that I'm aware of that also use avatars. But it's not like you can tell my VTuber abilities by the one on the screen. And that took me forever, by the way. That took me like a week to put together, and it is not good. So, I will leave that to the professionals. Later one is Russian-speaking YouTuber. Okay. You want to put them in the Discord, you link them for, like, in the references or something. I can look them up after the stream. Because I assume it's a compliment that you would compare me to somebody else who's probably more professional. I'm going to take it as one anyway. What about... thought I was lacking line weight. Whatever. Has everybody done their cats for the weekly? You've only got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 3 days. I'm not gonna be a jerk about it. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you can't turn in cats after Monday. Like, you can post them whenever. I encourage everybody to just be making stuff. And you don't even have to participate. It's just something that's fun. Figured I would give people prompts for the sake of participating in the group setting and seeing everybody's unique take on a certain thing and idea. I'll make them more generic as we go too. More of a, not generic, sorry, general. More of a general idea rather than just like a subject, you know? Like, scary or intimidating or, you know, stuff like that. I don't know why I did two almost synonyms. I also don't know if my mechanical keyboard is coming through anymore. Send them in Discord. Okay, cool. Thank you. Are you working on any animation projects? I am. I have a bad habit of like starting a bunch of things and then not finishing them. So I have a couple of things going on currently. I don't know what I'm willing to share. I have... Okay. I'll list them. I have, like a precursor storyline leading up to the Pikachu breakdance. Like how he gets to that battle arena. I have a competitor in the Pokemon Breakdance. I have a different Pokemon animation separate that started out as an effects playtest. I just wanted to see what I could do with effects, fire effects specifically, and I wanted to see how that would go. But then it devolved into a full animation, and then I was like, well, I can do impact frames, I can do smears, I did way too many different techniques that I wanted to perfect. So it'll be a good showcase of the abilities that I have once I get that done. And again, then after I finished that shot, and then I was like, there's gotta be a story. I don't know why I have such a need to make it narrative based, but I need to do more just like tech demos. So I made it a narrative, and then that's taking the longest, and so that I have to work on more. Oh, and then I read a manga that as far as I'm aware, hasn't been picked up as an anime. But I really love the style, and so I wanted to do just like an animatic of that, and then I did that, and then I was like, man, I need to break down some of these scenes and make them animations. So I keep getting carried away with projects, and I think I'm a dreamer is the problem. I keep having these thoughts of grandeur, and then they distract me from ever getting anything done. So, and now we've got videos that are doing alright, so I want to keep working on that, grab a hold of it while it's there, and hopefully give you guys some content you can utilize for your own art careers. Alright, what do we got? Sorry, I've been rambling. In the general, competitor is Eve or Charmander? No spoilers. I won't tell you. Yes, I am speaking from experience as an animator that I start too many things and I never finish them. And eventually, I think this year I have decided that I am going to finish things before I move on. I have a very long notes app list of ideas that I want to work on. And yeah, so I'm limiting myself to not being able to make new ideas until I've finished the previous ones. Not to say that I won't come up with new things, but I'm like, I can't, this one's exciting, but I can't do it. Which does unfortunately mean that I'm not doing too many like trendy things. I'm not hopping on trends, which I never really do, but not really my thing. Let's see. Oops. I'm also doing like a little bit of animation with these. I have some that are like very close together that I'm gonna alternate very quickly, so it will look like animation. How do you decide when you have enough to say about something that it warrants a video? That is a good question. I have ideas for things that I then consider that, where I'm like, is this a whole video to itself, or do I just make miscellaneous things? And I think it has to do with the way that I talk. You can expound upon ideas if you know where to take it. So like, with the video I just made, I was like, well, there's just data, but then there's also like the sites themselves and how they interact and the algorithms, and so you can take bits and pieces and expound upon it if you feel the need. I personally want to keep it as concise as possible when I'm delivering ideas. So the idea that like people make 20-minute videos to try and keep retention, or like episodic, and they do one of those like a month. I don't know that I want to do one a month specifically. I think I'm just going to make them as I come up with new ideas that I feel like are beneficial to people. And I also don't want to overwhelm you with too much information at a time, because in doing this, I have learned that, for example, watching YouTube, that I have a very limited attention span, and so I want to give enough information in the allotted amount of time and keep you entertained and finish the thought. Like, I want to, I'm not gonna like structure it like I'm gonna have thesis body of work, synopsis. I'm not gonna. This isn't an English paper. This is just the way that my brain works and the way that I write things. So I'm not specifically worried about the time, the length of the video. I'm more concerned about whether or not I got my point across, and whether I think that was effective, and whether I think it was entertaining. A couple of times I will laugh while I'm making my script because I just think that I have some funny bits that I hope other people like. And that's really my goal, is to get people to chuckle and also learn something. Hopefully that answered the question. Trying to think if I have examples of other things that I wanted to make videos that I never really got around to. Like, I had something for AI, which I made a very short rant on TikTok, and that felt more impactful because it directly affected me. Like, I just stumbled upon this thing that I was like, that I need to talk about that. And that was just like a spur of the moment. I was inspired and angry, and so I made something. And so that one I cared a little less about, like, the structure and everything. And I kind of want to do that with different platforms. I want to make TikTok my diary, I guess, where it's just like, these are more spur of the moment thoughts. This is more like actual day-to-day stuff that I'm thinking about. YouTube is a little more structured, and it's got my overall thoughts on, like, developments throughout the world and things like that. Just bigger topics, I guess, and more structured, obviously, that I'm taking the time to make these avatars, taking the time to write a script, taking the time to, compile images and video. So yeah, I'm just trying to be more active and separate those things out, because in doing that, then when I come up with an idea, I can decide which of those platforms it goes to, and that helps me with the amount of time that I'm willing to dedicate to it. So TikToks are quick. Instagram is like, that's just where I post my art, essentially. And then YouTube is going to be more of, like, bigger things that I care about more. Because I just feel like that's the audience that's watching. I think there are a lot of people out there on YouTube who, the way that I do it, and the way that I use YouTube, is that I find things that are interesting, and then I look at the timestamp and I go, is it that interesting? And is that something that I'm willing to dedicate that amount of time to? And sometimes the answer is no. And so I want to be able to engage people for that amount of time. I want to find the perfect ratio of information to entertainment. Sorry, I'm rambling. But that's a good question. Let's do... Oops. Why did that do that? There we go. Odd that. I think it's just at the nape of the neck. to be noticeable enough. Ooh. Yeah, that's good. Uh. 2+ hour video hates to see me coming. Yeah, I don't think I have enough content to make a 2-hour video. If I were to make a longer one, it would have to be like, I could probably make an AI rant for 2 hours. I think I could do it. I think I could do it. Because there's like, beyond just the art problem, there's also the environmental problem, there's the societal problem, like there's more area there that I could cover. Yeah, that one would be a bigger one. I think I could turn that into 2 hours. I could rant about Disney, that would be a good one. I actually was ranting to my cousin the other day about the remakes, and I think that I could make a 2-hour video about how, like, I could just compare the new to the old, and that would easily be 2 hours, but they would sue me to death, so that would be at my own risk. I think Bob Iger would try and hunt me down. He would hire the Pinkertons and come kill me. Just make a 2-hour tutorial or 2-hour break of art process. Trying to think. I don't know that I don't think I have enough knowledge to give a full 2-hour breakdown of anything, unless it was like the full process of animation from like ideation to scripting to thumbnailing to storyboarding to animatic to animation, well, keyframing to breakdowns to in-betweens to comping to, like, you know what I mean? And while that would probably be interesting, I don't think it would be interesting to the vast majority of people. I think that would be a very niche thing, and I don't know that I have the time and patience to, while animating, document my process. I don't know if I'm capable of doing both at the same time, because it is very attention heavy. Like, I get lost in animation, clearly. Considering how many I have yet to finish, I can't even handle doing the process, let alone telling people how to do it. Yeah, once I post this next video, I'll probably start switching over to, like, I'll stream. I want to continue streaming, and so then I could stream my animations that I'm doing. Because that was the initial plan for streaming, before the video, was to encourage myself to be productive and make art again. I think it helps me to be held accountable, to make stuff. Although you can tell that I'm getting distracted by talking to people in stream. But that's not, I'm not telling you not to talk to me, because I will be lonely and sad, and it will sound weird that I'm just sitting here in silence. So please continue engaging me. I need it. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I'm getting a little too close to animation with this bit. It's literally just like a 3-second bit. Not worth it. But I'm gonna do it. Because I want to. And it's my video. It's how my brain works. I go, that would be funny, and then I do it. Kind of my thing. You ever have shape in your head that you just can't get? I watched a stream of a splash artist who wanted to show how he worked on his art, planned to stream all the way from warm-up to the end of the work session. But instead we got a stream with art review and overpaints. Yeah. That's fun. Splash artist. What is a splash artist? Not bad. I'm sure there's a different shape out there that I want, but hello, welcome in. Sorry you're late. No, you're good. I am regularly late to every function I ever attend, so you're fine. And I'll be on for a while, so anybody can trickle in. That's fine. Thank you so much. Oh, you're good. Oh, thank you very much. How are we feeling about this? Yeah. Okay, cool. I just gotta color those. I'm feeling more gesture right now, so I'm gonna draw new poses. You ever get that where you're just like, what am I feeling? Do I feel like I want to do mindless effort and just color, or do I want to do something that requires a little more brain and do like gestural, you know? Okay, so this one's gonna be a whisper to camera, and so I want to do like a with my hand. Let's pull up this for reference. Lean in a little bit. Am I talking? I'm at a 3/4. Almost to my face. I always forget. I always have to do that with my hand. I'm just like, which side is my thumb on in this position? Like that. I'm gonna have to look at the script because I forget the exact line that I'm trying to do. We're gonna go down with the shoulders. Actually, that's gonna be up because of the pose. Bend here. Slight bend. A little more compression here. My arm will be down. Actually, I don't want it to be out and behind. I'm sharing a secret. I'm getting close. That's what it is. Shoulder needs to be a little more forward. Wrong way. I always forget how the perspective on this works. Alright, where are we at? Sorry. Splash artists do loading screen paintings. Oh, that's very cool. Ooh, what was the game? That's fun. I forgot that's what a splash screen is. I was thinking it was some kind of like water-based, like, I don't know, watercolors. Hey, welcome in. Ones you see on League of Legends. Oh, okay, cool. I don't play League of Legends, but I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think, Fallout. I've been playing Fallout New Vegas recently, and they've got splash screens for all the different wastelands and such. Do you have any public social media that you have your work on? Yes, I actually am going to, as a gag, as a bit, I'm going to put all of my social medias that I covered in both videos in the description of the next one. I am just at Cullen Sanders on everything: TikTok, Instagram, Kara, Blue Sky, wherever. I can't promise that I'll be updating all of those. In doing this, I think that's like 20 social media sites in total. So I'm definitely not going to post to each one. But yeah, I'm just at Cullen Sanders everywhere. Luckily, nobody else has an A in their name, so. What was I going to say? Something about or social media. Oh, yeah. So part of the next one is going to be my specifics on which social media sites I'll be posting to, which is probably going to be TikTok for the sake of ease. Depending on how well that continues, there's been some more restrictions dropped. Instagram, just because I know there's a lot of like AI scraping and stuff. I'm very limited. And you got to weigh your options of, is it worth it for the AI scraping versus the audience you get? And most of my friends are the most consistent on Instagram, so I know that they'll see my stuff, and that's really who I post so that my friends can see it. And then, I'm not going to spoil it. I don't actually remember which portfolio I chose as my like go-to, but I'm not going to spoil it even if I remembered, which I don't. But I'm going to go more in depth in the video and describe, like, depending on what it is that you're looking for, I'll leave it up to you as to which one you use. I'm not going to, like, you have to use this one. This one's great. But I think it should be up to your discretion based on what you're looking for, because some of them are oriented for job site postings or like selling online to other people, and then some are more like community oriented, where you're just trying to garner friends and see what other people are making and like each other's stuff like that. So it's really up to you guys based on what it is that you make and what it is that you're trying to do, which one that you're going to post to. And unfortunately, I have found that AI is pretty unescapable on every platform, so you kind of just got to deal with it. My thought on it is that I don't think I'm big enough for them to want to steal anyway, and if they do want to steal it, then I'll be liable for some kind of class action lawsuit in like 5 years when all of this collapses. So ultimately, not the end of the world. It does suck. Not gonna lie about it and say, boo, AI is great. No, absolutely not. But there's very little you can do besides something drastic that I can't say. Sorry. I'm just gonna redraw it. Just redraw it. When in doubt. There we go. You guys hear the clacking of the keyboard when I'm doing my shortcuts? Always got my hand on Control Z. I'm trying to break down the pose in my head. Toward my shoulder. Let's be oriented. God, I'm really thinking about it. Can't hear keyboard sounds. Awesome. Thought I fixed it. Okay. Got any ideas how we can improve on it? Because I struggle a lot on poses. It's so confusing, like looking at PhD math. I do poses so well. Thank you very much. How we can improve on it? You mean this pose specifically? To improve on? Or are you from my Discord? I don't want to, dox anybody. Are you who I was talking to? Let me check Discord real quick. I know your names might be different. Oh, PCAT. I know PCAT. Yeah, I follow her. She's great. She actually is in some of my playlists. She does a lot of good. What have I been watching recently that's really good on hers? I actually have one queued up for armor shading and highlights. But she's been improving a lot too recently. I've seen like before and afters. Like when I started watching her, she's gotten better. Okay. Okay. Okay, so you're asking me how do I improve this pose specifically? Is that correct? I'll stop using this as reference because it's kind of overlapping and annoying. Let's see. Try doing gestures, they usually help understand. Oh, you're asking for how you can improve. Sorry, I thought you meant for me specifically. Is that correct? I'll give you a second. I know the chat. There's a delay in the chat, and I don't know if it's on my end. I don't know how to improve my latency. I can look into it, but as far as I'm aware, it's on YouTube's end to provide that. My broadcast is late. No, you're good. Yeah, there's definitely a delay. Yeah. How do you manage the part of animation where you've gotten a ton of frames in and it's easy to lose track of lines? I don't know how else to describe it. I assume you mean like how you have different layers that you've then worked on top of. Like, let's say you do a very rough pass, you do a storyboard, and then you do another layer and you clean it up a little bit, and then you clean it up more. I assume that's what you mean. I would recommend just trying to make the previous one as clean as possible without then having to refer back to the other ones and just get rid of the other ones. Or if you're describing like foreground, background character where you have all these lines, I find it helpful to do a very basic outline in color around, well, fill in the character very generally in color, so then you can differentiate them on the foreground versus the background. Just very rough blocking, and that'll help decipher it to your head, at the very least, what it is that you're working on. You can also use different colored lines. I think I have my background color defaulted to a gray, just so that it recedes back in the background, and then you could do like blue or red to differentiate different characters. People just use very bold colors usually to be able to tell them apart in dialogue or combat or whatever, if they aren't so descriptive, like if the characters don't have bold enough silhouettes that they can't differentiate, or if you're just doing like animatic stand-in default poses, you know. But yeah, poses in general when I do, or any artist, like a tip and help. Yes, okay. I'm gonna move my PC for better latency. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if it does. Yes, so poses in general. I recommend figure drawing. That's really all I can recommend, is that the more you draw, the better you get. And I know that that is not the answer that people want to hear, but specifically, if there's something specific that you want to draw that repeatedly. I have gotten very good about drawing this character specifically because I have only been drawing this character for a very long time. And it's just my go-to, like, when people get a piece of paper and a pencil, the first thing that they draw is whatever they're most familiar with, so they usually draw that. This is who I draw. So my biggest thing that I had for a while, I was like, I just am not good at drawing this character, so I don't feel comfortable animating them yet. And I was like, well, that'll just come with time. But I wasn't working on that character, so I never got better at that character. And in general, when you're doing figure drawing, it is improving your anatomy understanding very slowly. So that is a good overall tip. However, if there's something that you want to draw specifically, draw it until you nail it, and then move on, and use it in the way that you intended. So my new strategy for any time I animate is I will just sit down and draw the characters before I start animating, so that I can familiarize myself with them. And then I can come up with shorthand for certain limbs or accessories that they have, or hairstyles, stuff like that. And it really does help speed up the process, and it makes you specifically more able to decipher your own drawings in the future. Specifically for me, for animating, I can go, oh, I know that shield, or I know that foot, that's that guy. I've drawn that foot so many times from every angle. I know who that is, just from a certain pose, and that might not even have their face in the frame, you know? That would be my advice, would be draw what it is that you're trying to draw, do warm-ups. If there's a specific pose that you're looking for, draw that pose as a very generic pose, and then if you're well versed enough with your character, you should be able to fill in those gaps with that character. You know what I mean? Hopefully that makes sense. But that's been my strategy. I've gotten to the point where I'm like, you know what, it might not be perfect, but this is how I draw that character, and this is the angle that I'm going to draw them at, and if I struggle with it, I will draw a more easy to understand, easy to decipher shape, and then I will refine it from there. And that's kind of a good tip for anatomy in general as well. If there's anything that you struggle, like if you struggle with hands, draw hands. I have to emphasize the fact that you do have to struggle to make art. Draw hands if you struggle with hands. And you will get good, I promise. The more you do it, they will look bad off rip, I promise. I have examples of mine from the past. And even now, I don't come up with perfect hands every time, but I do have better hands than I did when I started. And it's just because I keep doing it. And I forced myself to a lot in college. Anytime I was bored in class, I would just like, have a hand right here. And so I just, doodled hands in my notes. And I got pretty solid about like proportion, shape, perspective, just different angles. And if you draw it enough, it becomes second nature. That's my only advice for anatomy. Like if you get good with, specifically for hands, cylinders for the fingers, I shorthand my palm into like a hockey puck, and then the thumb is like a triangle with a backwards trapezoid on it. I'll do it on the screen so you know what I'm talking about. Yep. Chat's still not moving, so hopefully that's not latency, but we'll do a hand. So let's say I want to draw a hand. I'll just do the back of my hand like this. So if I'm desperate to draw this pose, I'll just look at it and I'll just do this. And then I will break it down into the basic shapes. So the palm, I always do like an arc or where the fingers connect, and then connect it down here. And so I've got the back of my hand. And then for the thumb, there's this like pad right here from this angle. And it's essentially just this little triangle. Honestly, I need to go a little lower with it, with that. And then from here, I do shorthand thumb, not super detailed. If I wanted to, I could add, like the skin that goes over top. I'm not going to get super detailed yet. Fingers, the palm, the length of the palm is the length of the middle finger. So, more or less. That's not the same for all characters. Sometimes you get a character with like crazy long fingers. And that's specifically on purpose. You distort it to make it emphasized. And then from there, the two flanking fingers are a little bit shorter than the middle finger, and then the pinky, have fun with it. Go wacky. But I would do that finger. These two were kind of outstretched. And then this one's going a little bit back in depth into perspective. Something to keep in mind too is that fingers taper. So the closer they are to the palm, the fatter they are at the base, and then to the tip, they're a little bit thinner. You can stylize them different ways. I also have seen people, I just watched Secret of Kells yesterday. Really good, by the way. But all of their fingers were literally just rectangles. Those were their fingers. And it looked fine, because they sold them as hands. They were doing hand things with those rectangles, so I was like, that's a hand. And that's kind of how animation is. If you can convince your audience, then, that's how it is. And then the pinky is gone in this pose, so it's kind of just down there. What was I gonna say? There's a couple of nuances to fingers. There's the rule, the trick for shorthand for animation specifically that I've been working with recently is these two fingers. I can't do it. I'm doing the opposite Spock. I can do it better with my hand. These middle fingers, your middle finger and your ring finger, are often conjoined in poses. Because it sells, the silhouette of that is appealing for some reason. I'm not smart enough to know why. But somebody smart came up with that, and so it works a lot. So if you're ever gesturing, a lot of the times you'll see the two fingers there, and somebody will do just like a line to differentiate, and then you've got your index and your pinky, and then your thumb, and then you've got a palm, Pretty quick shorthand. All right, now that's better. Okay, latency, awesome, good. Hot take, but I personally start by arcing the fingers from the tip and working down to the middle finger. Oh, yeah, some people do that where it's, I'm just gonna get rid of this. I do palm and then fingers, and then you flay them out. Like that. The biggest thing that helped me was the triangle on the side of the hand for the thumb. That was huge. That was game changing. That works every fucking time. Me personally. Okay. Great. Did that help? Was my finger explanation helpful? Oh, there was other nuance. So, something that I found specifically when I was in high school, when I was studying hands, because I had a teacher who made me draw hands. He was like, you have to make an art piece with 12 hands minimum. I was like, awesome. And then I got pretty solid at hands. When I was doing that, I recognized that the knuckles are very informative. So if you draw a finger, you can tell that this is a knuckle because you have this, like, that little bump, you know? That bump is worth 1,000 words. And then also these dividing lines where your hand, where your segments connect, helps sell detail. Something you could do. Something also to note is that the fingers slope down inherently. If you can see, like, this, how this curves right there, it's like a wedge. So when you draw a finger from the side profile, oops, wrong shortcut, they're shaped like this, where this is the tip of the finger and this is the closest to the palm. And you got a knuckle, palm, and then, you know, thumb would be here if it was laying sideways. So they're little wedges, and then you do, to sell it, you know, tip of the finger is curved, and then you go up, and then you've got that little divot, and then you go up more, and then you got another segment. And if you even want to get really tricky with it, you can do, like, the knuckle, you know, where you got those wrinkles where your knuckle bends. You add those, that's detail. I don't think I do that anymore with animation, but if you really want to get painterly with it, those knuckles sell. And one more thing, the knuckles, I don't know if you can tell, the knuckles on the back of the hand are recessed farther back than the knuckles in the front of the hand. They connect up here. You've got these webbings where from here, your knuckle is back here, but from here, your knuckle is up here. If that makes sense. So it's almost like a this. And then this is where they connect. Those are my hand tips. Sorry, I'm still doing this pose. Up B. Well, always do that. Never once considered the palm side of the knuckle. Very insightful. I'm glad I could help. You ever need advice on hands? That's like my bread and butter. I love doing hands. I know it doesn't look like it based on that drawing. That was very rough. But, like, I know how to decipher it to myself. I don't know that I know how to give that information to other people. But those are all just tips that I've picked up from YouTube videos. And my art teacher helped me a lot with that specifically. I was more traditionally learned and taught. Traditionally taught. Initially, I did painting and pencil and all that. And then I did animation, and there was like nobody to teach me. So I'm pretty self-taught when it comes to animation, but I had the basics down. And I did figure drawing and all that. So I got pretty good about, at the very least, I have good brush control. My hand-eye coordination is there. So if there's ever anything that I'm trying to capture, I know that I can just sit there and take the time to do it. It is frustrating if I don't nail it first try, but I've gotten pretty patient. So, hey, welcome in. Drawing skills get -2 when teaching. Yes, that is the problem. And I will say it has helped me a lot to be able to give this information to other people, because it reinforces what it is that I know, and it makes me recognize what parts I remember to relay, if that makes sense. The important parts are the ones that I remember, and that reinforces what it is that I know about it. Welcome in. Thank you. Cool drawing. Can't even see it. It's not very good. This is my rough. What do I still need to work on? Yeah, it's a pretty good pose. Let's do work on the face. Why am I looking like that? Why am I looking all seductive? That's a problem. Way better than my rough sketching. Mine turns into witchcraft symbols. Yeah, we do what we can, and we all have our own shorthand. I think that's important to note too, is that as long as you know what it looks like, or what it's going to look like, that's what's important. And I'm willing to embarrass myself to everybody else. So, fine. You can see what my brain is seeing something else. I'm not conveying it fully. And I'm getting closer to the point that I'm going to be able to draw stuff that I can see in my head more accurately to what I imagine other people see. You know what I mean? Does that make... Anyway. Let me look in the script and see what it is that I'm very specifically thinking of. Spoilers. Just kidding. That is for the draw over. Whenever whoever it was that I was drawing over shows up, is that... I think they're here, but I won't make them dox themselves. If you want to tell me in the Discord that you're here, then I can start doing the draw over. Because I do want to help when people have critique. Hey, I drew your OC. Can I send it to you? Yeah, absolutely. Draw it in my... or send it in my Discord. You better be cute. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just kidding. Yeah, send it in Discord. That's awesome. What am I doing? Script. Yeah, I guess it is kind of tongue-in-cheek for all of the whispers. I've got a couple of uses for it. Yeah, I'll make it a little cheeky. I think this is a good pose for that. Is that going to show back up on the... For whatever reason, my Windows will minimize on the wrong screen, the wrong display for some reason. I don't know. Sorry, 1 second. Making a sale. I just made $5 million. I'm out. Just kidding. That would be cool. I'd still be doing this. Let me check the Discord. Watching stream right now. Okay, cool. Cool. Thank you for not outing yourself. What up? What up? Okay, so we will start with the draw over. I took a screenshot. Is this roundabout the pose that you were envisioning? Because I can change the depth of field of the camera, and I can change the pose if you'd like. I don't think I can change the hands. I can't do like the knuckles. But if this is roundabout what you were going for, I don't know if you had seen this. I think recently I was telling people about different sites for reference. But if there's ever a pose that you're trying to get, and specifically in perspective, this is a great site for it. I will put that in the Discord. But you can, just get a general idea of the landscape of what you were going to draw, and then refine it from there based on your specifics. So that's what I would recommend. You can trace it if you want. I would usually just go from, glancing back and forth. That's a little harder, but just me personally, I don't like to trace if I can help it. But of course, if I'm really struggling, I would. And that's fine as long as you're not just tracing somebody else's work, you know what I mean? Don't just trace and claim it as yours. Gotta credit the artist. Let me post this in the Discord real quick, in case you were curious as to what it was. We'll put it in... What is this? We'll call it recommendations. I'm sure it's somewhere in my other channels, but yeah. I think I did, because I usually, whenever I come across a new website, I update my list. But maybe I forgot. Anyway. So that's my recommendation if you're struggling with a pose. Either find reference for it if there's like a limb that you're struggling with. It is kind of harder to find specific angles for things, so I always recommend using a posable mannequin. And this isn't accurate to all figures, so from this structure you can then adapt it to whatever your character is. Do I have to be verified to send a picture? Yes, you do have to. There are, what was I gonna say? You have to answer the questions on the Discord. There's a channel in the channels and roles tab. You can assign yourself roles based on what it is that you work on, what art you make. And then you can give yourself access to posting by answering the questions truthfully. Hope you're not a troll. I'll figure it out. And if you go wild in my Discord, I got an atomizer. Okay. I won't atomize you unless you post bad stuff. Read the rules. Follow them. And then I'll do a draw over of this as well. But this is what I was going to use for reference so that we're on the same page as to what the pose is. I just want to make sure that this is a good base. I will just open a new page. I like to do a gray background, just for the sake of if I accidentally make a white mark that I can then identify as stray. Or if I want to do more painterly, then I do that. Okay. So I'm going to put that pose on my other monitor, so you won't be able to see me drawing what I'm using for reference. But I'll just sketch it rough here. So, If I'm doing a draft, I usually keep my brush pretty big for the sake of like interpretation. Something else that I usually do when I'm drawing a figure is I will kind of try and get my bounding box of the extent of where the pose is going to be. So this is going to be the head, and this is going to be the feet. This would be the foreground foot, and this would be the back foot, I would say. You don't have to start with the feet. I usually don't even start with the feet. I usually start with capturing the essence of the pose. So, head is pretty important and pretty big in reference to those. Also not centered. Posing this was a little weird. It doesn't have like a, you can't move the torso by itself, because what I usually imagine for posable mannequins is that you move the torso and the limbs follow. But they lock the limbs in place, and so I figured it would automatically change the center of gravity, but it's a little off balance, so I apologize. I will correct that in my drawing, because that is something that you want to keep track of, is center of gravity. So if your torso is here, your foot should be directly beneath it, which means I need to move my head. And then you've got top of the torso, hips, center torso. It's kind of how I do it, so you can emphasize the curve, because she's kind of got this going on. Since her arms are up, her torso is back, and her hips are projecting forward. Well, backward. She's kind of thrusting herself out there. And then you've got thigh, back thigh, and that. And it's a little more in perspective. And don't use this specifically for like the anatomy of the arms and such, because these are just tubes. So use your best discretion when you're deciphering this, because it's pretty generic and not super anatomically correct. Although I will say that the legs are pretty solid with these curves, where I don't know if you've read the book On Force, I believe it's what it's called. I have the link in my Discord. There's a concept where parts of the body are kinematically designed to function in a certain way. Muscles counteract each other, and so the way that the body has formed evolutionarily is that they work as pulleys counter to one another. So the bicep and the tricep work in tandem, where when the bicep is fully extended and not being used, that means that the tricep is fully activated, and that's what's like activating that motion. So you're here, your tricep is doing all the work and your bicep is flat, but here your bicep is doing all the work. Pulling is a bicep, stretching is a tricep, a push is a tricep. So with that theory, each of the limbs is counterbalanced. So when you think of it as like a pachinko machine, where if you drop a ball, the ball will follow this path, and then it will hit here another body part, and that's where that next muscle group is. Usually, this isn't always accurate, but this is what I've learned, is that when you have like, this is the inner thigh, it would connect here at this calf, and the ball bounces, and then it hits down here at the, what is that, your ankle? There's some muscles down in your foot, but it just keeps dropping throughout the body. And that's usually true, but not always. So you gotta pay attention to certain parts. There are exceptions. Sorry, I am not looking at chat at all. I'm looking at the pose, so that is not helpful. Let me check. Where are we at? Okay, I sent it on Showcase. Let me see. What do we got? That's me! Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Thank you. My first fan art. Oh, hell yeah. Is it okay if I show that off? Oh man, I like it. This is so inspiring. I do wear jeans too. I've got my shitty jeans. Yeah, that's really good. I love the motion of my sleeve. That is what my sleeves end up looking like when I roll them up. Really good hands too. God, this is awesome. Oh man. Everybody go like it so that it shows up on the showcase. That's memorialized forever. I'm gonna print that out and put it on my wall. Can I give you credit? Can I put it on the stream so everybody can see in case they're not in the Discord? Hold. Yes. Here we go. It's from the frame you had before. Oh, the turned around. Awesome. Gotcha. Mikolays? Sorry, I'm in streamer mode. I can't read people's names. Give me 1 second. Okay. It's not the same username, so not helpful. Let me I'm gonna screenshot it so then I don't dox you. Wow. Oh. That's so good. Look at me. I appreciate you not being a troll, by the way. I have had some people just hop in, and I'm always worried that I'm going to get raided in my Discord and have to like wipe a bunch of users that I don't know who they are. So I appreciate you being honest and actually wanting to participate. And this is really cool. I really appreciate. Oh man. Made my day. So cool. Here, I'm gonna zoom in on your name so then Can I zoom? How do I zoom? I can't zoom. I'm so sorry I can't read your handwriting either, but that's not because you have bad handwriting, it's because I'm illegible. Illiterate? Illiterate. That's the word. Mikolaz. Miko. That's so good. And you did that just while you were sitting. You drew more than I did while I was doing a drawing thing. So funny. You're one-upping me. You're upping me. So good. I'm gonna make that my thank you. Illiterate. That's what I meant to say. And I'm proving it every day. Oh man, that's so cool. Genuinely, that is the first fan art that I've had. I'm putting that on the wall. That's like my first dollar. You know what I mean? I'm Mr. Krabs and that's my first dollar. Or my millionth dollar? 2 different episodes. First dollar, millionth dollar. Anyway, I'm gonna pull this mannequin back up. And I'm actually gonna go thinner with the brush. Ooh! Something's wrong with my keyboard where every time I type B, it types it 3 times. Very funny. So let's go smaller on the brush so I can refine this. Let's pick the down. Get some actual landscapes or landmarks on this. So I do shorthand for the shape of the face when I'm doing it. I always do the line across to show where the eyes are gonna go. It's actually pretty low. Let me look at the image that you sent me so then I can refer to that as well. Actually, is it cool if I just put that up? Can I just put that on here? Because I would like to show what it is that I'm referencing overall. That was in critique. Nope, this one. There it is. And I don't think this is enough nudity to get flagged on YouTube, but if I do, it's my fault and not yours. I assume it is not nudity. In fact, it is covered. So I feel like we are safe. But again, I'm gonna wait until you confirm that I can show this. Of course. Thank you so much. Yee, got it. 999,999 to go. Yeah. Only a few more. That means you guys got to get to work on more fan art. But that's so... I'm not going to get over that. That's so cool. Like, genuinely, I'm going to go brag to my friends. I'm going to be like, I have people making art of me. That's awesome. There's got to be a way to zoom, because this is too... Actually, big brain on this one. Bam. What a fool I've been. Ooh. There we go. There we go. I'm so silly. Okay. So this is the pose that we're going for. And this was... Oh, not that. I deleted that screenshot. Let me make another one and I'll put that in here as well. This is what I think is what the most accurate angle would be for what you were trying to achieve. And I say that like you didn't. You did. You did good. I will reiterate that. This is what we're working with. And it's pretty, like, you know what I mean? It's good. Okay. So, the thing that I recognized was that you have the perspective squares, and they are fairly accurate. You are at a top-down view, essentially. But I fear as though it's not fully following the perspective. So, and I'm not an authority on perspective by any means, so take this with a grain of salt. But when doing perspective, one second. Did you guys get that notification? Alright, that's NSFW. I'm not going to accidentally pull anything up. Okay. We'll send an OC reference sheet so we can make more fan art. OC reference sheet. Okay. I do have a couple of poses that I like. There's one drawing that I made in particular that I am always chasing the high of drawing that I really like. And, yeah. I want to try and capture that. If I were to make a manga, that would be my style. So I'm always trying to get that, and I think I've gotten that with what my avatar is with this. Just a little sloppier, and that's kind of what I like for this specifically. I like that I'm keeping it a little loose. I'm not that uppity about it. Anyway, back to this. Okay. So, with perspective. Each of these lines all meet at a certain vantage point. There's a vanishing point somewhere. It would be like way up here for all of them to converge. But they are moving towards the same spot. So, if you can see this one, oops, goes there, but then this one over here meets somewhere, and I wish I could hit it. Damn it. Nope. Alright. Hold on. It'll be way away. It'll be way away. Be way back there. So, with that in mind, you would draw, I know it's over there, but you draw a vertical line. You want to put your character in a box. So let's use these 4 squares as reference. For some reason I can't draw a straight line to save my life right now. So your character's in this box, and then when you meet these lines based on where the perspective is in your character, they all line up with that same vanishing point. They all go to that vanishing point. So that's something to keep in mind, is that as you move up with the camera, the vanishing point is also going to move. And so your character will be in a different perspective at each level of their body. So like down here, her feet are almost top down, but up here at the top of her head, closer to the vanishing point over here, this line is going to be, if the vanishing point is there, that point is going to be a horizontal line. And all of these points would be here at this box. So the higher up, the closer it is. I got a new friend! Let's go! Okay. We got a whole YouTube channel for it. Welcome in! Thank you for joining. We're working on perspective right now. So, I'm gonna get rid of all this. With your character, you did do perspective, but I don't know that you followed the lines that you made, if that makes sense. So, for me, for my own, if I were to do it this way, I would have put my character in the middle of a box, so then there is no discrepancy as to where anything else is going to go, just for simplicity's sake. You want to make this as easy as possible, especially if you have a dynamic pose. I could not possibly fathom doing this pose myself, just because I'm not very good with perspective. I need to work on it. That's one of the things that I need to work on. So, what I would suggest is to make it as easy for yourself as possible. Make that plane in the background just a flat, you know, just do one vanishing point and just draw everything leading to that line, and don't make anything like, because your camera on this character is skewed. You're at like this angle, right? I would make that just straight across. Just first time you're doing it, make it as easy for yourself as you can. So make it straight across and then follow those lines. So these are almost overlapping because it is a square, but there is still depth to them. Put your character in the middle of that square, and then figure out where your vanishing point is, and then draw that limit where it's a flat line, just so you know for future reference what your range is. How much of a top-down view you'll get at the feet, and how much of a straight-on view you'll get wherever that limit is. So even here, there is still, let's put her in this box, there would still be a little bit, if she's going to that vanishing point, there would still be a little bit of perspective here. But this box is much more shallow than this box, right? And then, using your anatomy skills, use, again, to make it as simple as possible, and this isn't for everybody, this isn't like, you don't have to do it this way, but this is just how I would do it. Do the head measurement for the sake of simplicity. So do the thing where your character is 7 heads tall, and just break it down and go, okay, so this is her head, and this is how many heads fit in this character. It should be 7. So between this top box that you have, this would become a box, and then follow that vanishing point, right? So you've got a cube here, where her head fits. And then just move that cube down the character, okay? And you should, in theory, have 6.5, 7 is the measurement that I've encountered. Didn't use any vanishing point. You're good, you're good. Yeah, send your speed paint so I can see how you did it. Yes, so, vanishing points are hard too, because oftentimes if you're doing extreme perspective, it goes way off the page, and so you'd have to, like, to actually track it, you'd have to make a very big canvas. So I don't know the best recommendation for utilizing the vanishing point other than using this model website just for simplicity's sake until you get good at it. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect for what you're trying to do. You don't have to find the vanishing point, you just have to know where those dots are headed and know that they are converging somewhere, and then be able to follow those lines to the best of your ability to be able to draw these cubes. So, I don't know the exact measurements, but we'll just say, like, it's hard to put this cube into perspective because I think it's going to be off. I think she's a little too short, so we'll just go with 6.5 for now and see how that lines up. So the cubes will get smaller as they get closer to the bottom. slightly, just because of the perspective. And we're just going to call it roundabout there. And they would connect here. And then like here. And they would get a little bit, you know, these back lines would get a little bit closer. But let me not draw that back line. The back line draws itself, in fact, because you're going to that vanishing point. And then you draw drops. You've got 2 cubes. So let's say that it was here. This would be 6. So you are looking a little short. And this is getting very claustrophobic, but I'm going to clean it up in a second. We've got another cube. And the cube. Okay. So let me do like a... Got a trick. This isn't working. Nothing's working. Why isn't this working? Why is that not working? That's the layer I'm on. Why is that not working? I'm going to colorize it. That's what I need to do. There we go. Okay. So now we've got the lines. Also going to... Where is she? There she is. I'm going to push her back a little bit. So, you've got a basic breakdown. Her name is Leah. This is Leah. Welcome, Leah. Let me draw you, Leah. So, now you've got this breakdown of the cubes, and actually, let me draw the background, the back colors too. It's just to differentiate. So we've got some planes. There we go. We've got depth. So this is the back plane, or the back line of each of these cubes. Oh, nope, that's the front. There we go. Is that right? No. Sorry, that one's the front. Is that right? What did I do? That's the back of the bottom. That's the back of the top. That's what it is. That's what it is. Got it. Back of the top. We got there. Yeah, I did that off a little bit, but this should be up a little more, just for the sake of measurement. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you got 6 heads high. So I would give you, give it a little more length. Would be my first thing. Try the box technique before you start your character, if you want to do perspective this accurately. Then we'll do the specifics of anatomy. Oh, you know what? Before I get into it, I'm going to give you a compliment because this is important. And I don't know that too many people are aware of this, but this was like a game changer when it came to my art that I just didn't ever put together. And it feels like I should have known it sooner. It felt a little silly that I didn't pick up on it. I don't remember what clicked for me, but I think I was watching some comic book artist and he was showcasing anatomy and he was like, overlap is your best friend. And he's so right. So, you have really good use of overlap. Where is it? There it is. Just so I don't lose her. Okay. And what I mean by overlap is that whenever you have structure to your character, whenever there is a line that is defining your outline, your anatomy, whatever it is, this is defining the forearm. Let me go red with this. Can I please? Can I please get a waffle? There we go. You have a defining line here that overlaps. This is the forearm. Here's your forearm. And this is your bicep. Your upper arm. You correctly nailed the overlap. The overlap here is that the forearm in this perspective is closer. So you can see when I put my arm like this, I'll roll up my sleeve. When I put my arm up like this, it's kind of hard to tell with my lighting, but this muscle overlaps with the bicep. And so you draw that line to showcase that overlap, and that just is naturally occurring from shadow based on your lighting. There's probably an instance where your lighting is so intense that that doesn't apply, but the color would. So if your forearm was a different color than your upper arm, it would still convey that same overlap. So if this, just call this red, and we'll call this blue, just to differentiate these shapes, this still overlaps regardless of how you're seeing it. This forearm is physically in front of your bicep, and you showcase that. It would even go a little bit like that, just based on anatomy, based on the way that your forearm goes. It kind of like overlaps with, it wraps around your bicep, and they kind of link together. So this elbow pit, whatever this is called, I don't know the names of all the anatomy, but I know what it looks like. This is actually where the forearm and the bicep interlace, and so this actually wraps around the elbow, around the back, and the bicep wraps around in the front into this tendon in your forearm, and that's what allows it to bend. So you also have, let me get rid of this, you have overlap here as well, because in your perspective, do a new layer, in your perspective, if this wrist is coming back to the head, this bone in the wrist is in front of the fatty part of the palm. So you do have the correct overlapping line, and the wrist would block. You literally cannot see past that. So that overlapping line is correct. And you did that in a lot of instances throughout the body. And those are important because it really showcases and emphasizes the anatomy. Regardless of whether it's correct, it does show the perspective, and it sells it very well. And it was very important when I discovered it. I was like, how did I never put that together? And it truly does work wonders. Like, you can convince somebody that anything in the background is in the foreground if you use it incorrectly. And that's why initially my drawings look so flat, is because I was not using overlap properly. I would just end things right there at the wrist, and I was like, well, that's where it goes. Or I would do it wrong, and I would have the wrist overlap with, or the palm overlap with the wrist, and then your brain doesn't detect it. Obviously, I didn't know why I was doing that or why it was incorrect, but my brain subconsciously was like, that's wrong, and I don't know why. And so sometimes it's important to, even if there's a line in those areas, if it doesn't benefit the perspective, I wouldn't include it, if that makes sense. There are certain instances where, like, clothing might make a discrepancy in that perspective, and it might be an artistic take to remove that line from whatever it is that you're observing for the sake of overselling your perspective. Usually it should line up, but every once in a while, like if there's like if your clothes are making a certain curve that doesn't match the perspective that you're in, make it emphasize the perspective, would be my suggestion. That's my tip, is utilize the overlapping lines. All right. Her name is Leah. Okay. Chat hasn't moved. You're all stupefied by my knowledge. That's what I'll chalk it up to. God, I've been talking for a while. Let me check Discord. It's blowing up. Let me see. Sorry, I'm still not over this fan art. spelled phenomenal wrong. What a goof. Okay, sorry, we're blowing up. We're blowing up. We're getting it. Let's get it. Okay. Anyway. Nuh-uh. Okay. So, there were a couple instances where the overlap was not correct, and I don't know if that was on purpose, or if you had even recognized it. Sorry, is more what I meant. Just because it took me a while to even recognize it, but it's an amazing drawing hack. As soon as you get it, it pops up everywhere. As soon as you recognize that, game changer. For instance, this isn't... this could be off, and I don't want to be nitpicky on it, because this one is a little subjective, and it does depend on the musculature of your character, so keep that in mind. But on this back arm, this might be more of a flat line across, because that is just where they're meeting, and that could be emphasized depending on the anatomy. So if she was jacked, if she had a bicep here, you could sell that she was jacked by making the bicep block that and make the curve overlap here instead. If you choose to make certain parts overlap with others, you can trick the mind very easily as to what's in the foreground and what's in the background. So again, if she had a huge bicep, bam, blocking that back forearm, and that would push it into the back, and it would bring the bicep forward, and that would sell the anatomy that you were going for. So right here could be better to do a straight line. Again, up to you. This does still kind of make sense for the brain. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Still good. Here, knuckle, good. That shows that the knuckle is in the front. I'll come back to it because we did discuss how the hand in the back is a little iffy, but we'll talk about it. Good overlap here, shoulder. Good overlap here, trap, neck, trap here, leading down into the shoulder. I might emphasize more of shoulder, personally. That's just me. We'll break down the actual anatomy. Lat, good. That does come from behind. And tricep, correct. You did this correctly, where the tricep goes into the armpit. And so there would be an overlapping line there, and the lat is in the back. So good. This part, I think, would be helped if you did more emphasizing the shoulder to then sell where this part goes, because this is the chest muscle here that you're drawing. And so it should, instead of going down into, intercept the lat, it should probably be a little bit higher here to give more armpit. And then the bicep would link into here, is the shape, I believe. Again, I don't have an anatomy book in front of me, but based on what I've studied, that is where I believe that comes from. And then the chest would connect, kind of on the clavicles is where that hangs from. So yeah, right around in there. But good on the overlaps, for sure. This lat is being sold very well by this. Even maybe emphasize that a little more. Just me. Based on this perspective, because of the way that cube is, it's pretty drastic. Ooh, we can get rid of that. Based on where this cube is right here. And so the top down is very drastic. And so I personally would emphasize the overlap of the torso on top of the hips. So emphasize this a little more, and then you can show this connecting into there. So this recesses into here, but really showcase that this overlaps here. This can come from behind, and that can go there. It's sitting in there. Again, same thing over here. Bring that down, because the hips really wrap around to the back, and so if you put that forward, it showcases both that you can even push it further and follow the perspective more and make the torso come more at an angle and really sell that it's sitting on top, and then have the hips come around. That might be a little too drastic, but just something to emphasize. Consider connecting here, depending on how. I can see that you wanted this line here to showcase that anatomy, the V, I assume. I don't know what that's referred to otherwise. Consider connecting or pushing the V lower down here and then just wrapping this around to show that the thigh is coming from behind. Because the thigh connects on the sides, and so because of the way that she's turned and because of the perspective, this would be in front. So, another overlapping line to consider. My art teacher said in a college said me about overlapping third year casually while roasting my drawing. Just blowing my mind that you talk about overlap in that way. Yeah, I don't know why they're being mean to you about it. There's no reason. It took me so long. I don't think I learned that until out of college. Like, nobody told me that specifically. When I was doing my my figure drawing classes, it was just observational, and there was no critique of like structure even. It was just like the technique of drawing was the focus, and the anatomy was an afterthought, and the ways of emphasizing that anatomy were not something that we worked on. So everybody has a different way of teaching, but that doesn't mean you be a dick. There should be no reason where anybody points at your stuff and laughs or tells you you're wrong without being encouraging. Like, there's no, I can tell you you're wrong, but not say it that way. There's a nice way to say it. You can say, oh, I see what you were going for. I see what you tried, and that's good that you noticed it. It's good that you tried that. However, this is a more accurate way to depict that. That's how I would teach. I would love to teach, actually. But I don't get paid enough. Constructive criticism. Correct. We can empower each other with our knowledge without being a jerk. There's no reason not to be constructive. Okay. Again, with overlap, something also to consider is anatomy and clothing can be interlaced with this overlap. So you can really sell somebody's anatomy by the way that it obscures the clothing that they're wearing. Let me explain. So, hips. Hips are good. With the thigh where it connects into here, this overlap, I don't know exactly where those rest. I believe there's more that comes around from the back, or the butt, I think. But if you really want to emphasize the thighs here, I would even consider obscuring the bikini with more of her thigh and just make that line really thin where the bikini is to then sell more of the thigh if you're trying to make her thick. Up to you. I'm not gonna say no, you know. New to the channel, but great job. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for tuning in. Glad I could hold your attention. And hopefully I'm giving good tips. I think this is certainly helping me, giving me more reinstitution. So we're getting to the point where I was like, this is where it felt that you were probably doing it because that is what the model or what you wanted them to look like, but that you lost the overlap. So here, with the knee being on the side, first of all, that you indicated it on this side, and then over here on this side does lose the lighting. They kind of conflict with each other. And very subtle lines can do a lot of work. So if her knee is turned this direction, the way that I'm seeing it in my head is that her knee is here. And honestly, the knee is more this, especially at this perspective, top down, it would be more there, because like straight on, the knee is kind of like that. So I would bend it even more, and I would move it down a little bit, because it is, based on this perspective, it would be towards the front of her leg, and at this point in the leg, you're kind of seeing, like, if this is her calf, you're seeing inside of it almost, if it was X-ray, you know, if it was see-through. So if her knee is right at this pivot point, it would be halfway over this and halfway over her thigh. And so if the bottom part of the thigh is this as well, this shape, you've got, get rid of that. Let me do it in blue. the knee is actually like, let me do a little more. This, and there's depth to the knee, but we're not going to get into that. We're not going to get that strict about it. The knee would be more like forward facing, and you would see, if it was jutting out, you would see the top of the knee, right? Based on the perspective. So to indicate it with the line that you did, is the side of the knee, sure, but it does kind of betray the lighting because there's this side of the knee over here, and so the shading wouldn't probably be there. Let's say the line, we're getting into a lot of topics. If the lighting source is coming from here, because based on your gradient, it looks like it's coming from this direction, you know, it would hit that angle. This shadow should be over here on the side of the knee. And it's fine to keep it like, you know, more nondescript, where you don't have to get into the full anatomy of it. You keep it just as simple as this, but just to emphasize the lighting. You don't have to do that, but I'm just saying that this line here and this line here counteract each other for the sake of convincing somebody. And then with, let me get rid of these, with overlap, the thigh should be in front based on your perspective. It should wrap around to the front, then you've got your knee, and then the calf comes from behind, and the calf comes from behind over here, like that. And then it makes like a hinge. Because when it bends, the calf and the thigh meet right here. It would be like, well, it would be like that. So the way that it hinges, there's even tendons on this side, but again, with the lighting, those tendons might get blown out. So I would worry more about the overlap here, in that you lost it with, like, this kind of looks like they're on the same plane, where your perspective is pretty drastic. And so this thigh should be that indicating line. Oops, wrong layer. So I would really emphasize that, because your perspective towards the bottom is going to be more drastic. So these top parts are going to be on top. Same here. And probably same here, where the top of the foot kind of merges with that, your foot. Let me draw it. What I'm here for. Your ankle sits on top of your foot. Or your shin sits on top of your foot, and they lock at the ankle. And so this does come forward to merge into, like, you've got tendons that merge into your foot. And so they do come forward here. They literally splay out into the toes. So indicate that overlap there with that. What else? Here, I would say that does indicate the overlap as well. It's certainly better than if you were to do that, because that would just completely throw off your brain. So that does work if your foot is compressed. And I think I noticed that you were trying to go for, like, your back foot was kind of raised up based on the perspective and based on the anatomy. Your back foot was raised up and your heel was more up here, and you had like a flat plane down here. Hold on, let me redraw that. Your heel is there, and your front foot is here. And then you kind of come up into that. Still not right, but you get my idea. So this is warranted, but there is still overlap here with this front tendon. Now here, the tendon's more over here on the front. So I would say that this overlap on the side is warranted. I think that's fine. And maybe just do these edges is what I would recommend. The only one that really threw me was this right here. That does counteract your entire anatomy there. That's all I'm saying. All right. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to the... Awesome. Kind of got lazy with the leg. Okay. Perfectly fine. Honestly, great work there. Hips are great. Torso, great. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, comparing it to this one, move that. Let's put them side by side. Comparing them together, pretty good. And with your elbows over here, not awful, especially because there's more, because of the perspective. Again, you could bring them forward. I have them pretty fully out. Sorry, I just hit you. I have them pretty fully out. You could bring them in, but then that perspective would be pretty drastically like here. Right? And your shoulder would be there, or your trap would be there. If you were to bring them forward like this, I think is where you were going. So, because that's a more natural pose, like washing your hair, whatever she's doing, that's a more natural pose. So her elbows would probably be more relaxed to her, more inward, not this drastic, but you know what I mean. Not out like this. This is more of like a sit up or like a throw in or whatever. This is relaxed. She's chill. You know what I mean? You're conveying the mood of the character in the pose. The anatomy follows the mood, what you're trying to convey. So her elbows would be more. You could do this with the model, since I'm here. I'll just draw them. Oop. Sometimes I draw stuff backwards because my brain just doesn't connect it. And her trap would overlap with her shoulder. Her shoulder would be recessed because it's turned a little bit back, and so her bicep would actually come in front of her tricep, or her bicep would come in front of her shoulder there, because her shoulder is specifically turned away from the camera. And then her trap would be out here. Actually, it'd probably be more recessed then. Yeah. Is what I imagine you were going for. And then you could, do that in perspective and make sure that that follows correctly with the boxes. Let's go ahead and try. Let's see where I'm at. See if these follow. So, oops. There's a technique to make these connect, but my brush has fall off on the pressure, so it doesn't actually look it. Anyway, so these boxes would move up in perspective, up the body, and so probably about, we determined like here-ish would be straight across. Vanishing point's probably somewhere off that way. So if you consider the midpoint of this is flat, this is at a 3/4, almost straight down at the ground actually. Midpoint would be probably like that. And then vanishing point there. That way. That gets confusing quick with the same color. So yeah, elbows would be pretty good in like, I'm imagining she's holding her elbows at the same height, so in the depth of that, her elbow might actually be lower back here and closer forward. I might have been off. But that further emphasizes the bicep back there. Let me clean this up. I'm erasing the wrong, I worked on the wrong layer. Okay, well. Struggles of Photoshop. Do you get the idea? Sorry, before I erase all of this, do you get the idea of where that placement is based on the perspective, how the elbows are off kilter, where this back elbow is higher, but that's in perspective, right? That's what I'm trying to deliver before I erase all of this, because I drew it on the wrong I drew it on the wrong layer. And again, when in doubt, I highly recommend you use the posing the model if you're struggling with whatever pose you're trying to draw. Redraw this on the correct layer. And even if you don't want to you don't want to go through the whole bounding box thing, you can kind of follow the arc of the anatomy from this pose if you were trying to redraw it. You know, where she's got this circle around her of that range of motion of what her elbows are capable of doing. And so you make this oval, and then you kind of also find the perspective where it is now, and then you can adjust on that line where they have the capacity to go and stay in that range. So if you brought her elbow to the front, do it like there-ish, bicep, elbow, forearm, hand stays here for my own sake, so I know where it is. And then forearm, elbow. Elbow would be, I always denote the elbow as like this little trapezoid looking thing, where it's two different planes that are facing each other, so then you can really emphasize that shadow by making one darker than the other. Although I'm not in perspective. It's this plane. A little less drastic. But here would be the shadow, and this would be where the light's hitting. And it just helps emphasize those planes, especially because forearm here kind of blends together. And that becomes a gradient. There's no real harsh edges there, other than where the forearm here overlaps with the bicep. You know? And then if you were to bring this elbow forward, follow this path, it would be about here and forward. Bicep sticks out a little bit. There's like a flat and then bicep. Or, excuse me, tricep. Never listen to the words that come out of my mouth. Watch what I'm doing. Do as I show, not as I talk. Good lord. Lord. Same thing. Shoulders in the back. Shoulders in the back. And these overlapping lines emphasize that the bicep is here and your trap is here in front of that shoulder. They're coming forward. I guess technically this is the tricep still. It's a fatty part. This is the tricep going under the chest, which does connect up here. There we go. So you've got the tissue here, but then you've also got muscle underneath that does link up farther up the arm into up here, into the shoulder, which is currently wrapped around. So shoulder does meet the chest muscle, but currently it's wrapped around this midpoint of the tricep and the bicep, and so it's flat. It's a flat plane. Technically it would come across like that, but you don't want to emphasize that because that's not like the muscle. That's very specifically the lack of muscle. This triceps here, biceps on the other side, and then there's just this kind of no man land where the chest wraps around. Hand is still here. Forearm. Wrist, you know. Okay. If you wanted to bring them to the front. It's here. Yeah. Cool. So, same thing. It would be more like that. Like that. God, I hope I'm on the right layer. Yep. Okay, cool. I like to think that when I was drawing subconsciously in a 3D person perspective. Gotcha. Yeah, so again, this is good. This is good art. You just specifically asked about anatomy, so this is what I'm doing. Making sure I didn't draw on top. I could always bring it back in. What did I do? No. I brought in layers. I don't want layers. Okay. Let's see. I'll just make a new one. Ooh, Leah. Oh, that was me trying to get rid of that mannequin. Clean up my layers. Let me bring down the height. Recommendation for perspective. I'm gonna go put all this whatever I don't need. I'm gonna keep that. This. This. I'm good to get rid of that. Okay. Okay. All right. So, other spots of anatomy. Let's do the hand, just because I like hands. What was it? By the way, she's supposed to be dancing, not showering low. Okay. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so she's got her fists up. She's like, Okay, fists up. Cool. Same rules with the elbows. That doesn't change anything. That's just, I assumed that she was washing her hair or something because she's in a bikini, you know? You get out of the pool, you go shower, whatever. Fists up. Okay. In this perspective, to get her fist to be behind her head and have her elbows up, her hand would be pretty far back. It would have to be like, let me see if I can match that. It would be pretty obscured by her head. Her head in theory would be forward, facing down, you know. Am I struggling with that? There you go. So her head would be blocking the hand, correct? But her head would have to be pretty far forward, and then it would block more of this arm to get the fist back here. I joked on nothing. Shoulder would be more. Okay. I'm gonna have to break that down. Break it down, which is exactly what she's doing. Yeah, I think this elbow. I don't think she has the range of motion at this angle to get her elbow back there. I think it does have to come out this way. I think. I'm gonna go. Oop. Wrong one. Lower the opacity. Thank God I noticed that. Or got too deep. Okay, so her head is here. Neck is here. Shoulder is here. Trap is there. Clavicle connects to the shoulders, so when you rotate your shoulder back, your clavicle kind of recesses underneath your shoulder muscle right there. I'm sorry, I'm feeling myself up so that I can tell where that is specifically. So the clavicle would come up because her chest is kind of having to come up to wrap her shoulder back around that way. Same thing here. Perspective. Yeah, chest goes there. This goes. Yeah, I think that's about right. Okay. And then, sorry, hopefully my landmarks are easy enough to decipher. I have a very specific shorthand for myself where I just draw circles at joints so then I can denote where they go. That. I'd love to watch more, but I suddenly got busy. Okay, no problem. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you being here. I will be on for another, probably 3 hours? No. Sorry, let me check. Somebody said something about Discord. Okay. Nothing important. Okay. So, let's do this backhand. If her fist is up at this angle, blocked by the hand, or blocked by the head. So, I would, at this angle, you were correct in this plane, essentially, being a good starting point for the hands. We're following the perspective. This is now a square in perspective. Turned to that side, back behind her head. Knuckles for shorthand, usually do a stronger index finger knuckle to indicate the direction for myself, and then her fist is then turned this way. You can see that. Her fingers would come down here, and if she were to be making a fist, they would be tucked. That. We'll have her index finger coming out, so it's, still relaxed, not a full fist. She's not about to square up, but she's her thumb is tucked away. You might have an indicator down there, but again, it's tucked behind her head. So really all you would be showing, if her fist is here, regardless of where her elbow's at, is this. So the only tip that I would say is that I like to, personally, delineate where the knuckles go. And, again, since we talked about overlap, these knuckles are in front. So you can showcase that by indicating that with overlap. So this is still a knuckle, but it's behind these. This would be pinky, ring, middle, pointer. So it's behind, this would be her middle finger knuckle. And you can indicate with lines. Sometimes it's better to just mesh it, especially if it's nothing super important, especially if you're hiding her hand behind her head. You can get as intricate on the knuckles as you want, or as loose as you want. I would probably, something else to note is that when you make a fist like that, your knuckles kinda, I don't know if you can see this line on my knuckle, how it comes straight, ooh, one more, there it is, I'm working backwards. There's the light, straight up, and then curves off this direction. Just how the skin lays. So, sometimes it's good to indicate that curve, but only if it complements the perspective. So since it's this backhand, it would be going away, and so that could be helpful to indicate the perspective. Also, don't forget overlap in that your pinky is going to have more surface area on this side because it's on the end, and so you can actually see this is your pinky. So there is nothing there. And in fact, because your pinky is wrapped up that direction, you might get more palm underneath. And your palm on this side is pretty fatty, if you can tell. And so it might actually overlap with the pinky to indicate that you're pushing down. And so you can see, if I turn my hand like that, I'm losing the tip of my pinky because there's fatty tissue right there covering it up. The lighting's not great. Work with me. Just listen to me. I gotta go too. It's 3 a.m. Good Lord, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate the dedication. Bye-bye. Oh, see you later. I do have a Discord. It should be in the description on this video. If not, I just recently put out a video, so you can go to my channel, watch the most recent video. It's in the description of that for sure. I know that. Should be called Cullen Sanders Animation. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's public. So you do have to have the invite link. I hope the invite link, I don't know if the invite link is still active from when I posted the same one in this description. Let me turn it on if it's off. No, somebody followed it. Somebody came in today. You should be good. Let me double check. Invites. Is that the one? I don't know if I can update it. They're all active. Oh, there you go. Okay, I guess it was in there. Cool. I was worried. I do think it's going to expire, so I will have to make sure that I put the new one in there, but for now, yes. Okay, back to the fist. Fatty tissue here. This is like the side of your palm when you curl up your hand. You can even get funky with it and do like get jagged. Oops, always left click. It makes this shape, depending on how intricate you're getting. It juts out and almost makes like another form that looks like another finger from the back. There's like, it's almost another knuckle. If you can see, like, right there, this little nub from where the fat kind of curls up. So when I draw hands from the back, it does look like I'm making 6 fingers, but I'm not. That's just how the hand folds when you're making a tight fist. Anyway, she's not making a super tight fist, so just the indicator that the fatty part of your palm is covering your pinky is good enough. You can get wacky with it. You can extend your fingers out. Me personally, I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's a fist still, I guess, when I do that. When I'm raving, when I'm at the rave, I don't do the gloving. But you could do like, fingers out if you want. I guess my only tip, if you were to change the hands, is to, again, watch your overlap. Just showcase, like, this finger's in front of this finger is in front of this finger with your overlapping lines. And then that's pretty good. One more is, there is, on your pinky side, you have a very, very hard bone right there at your wrist. And that is usually jutting out. And then on the other side, because I'm so skinny, you can see that there is another one, but it's not nearly as jagged. So usually there's an indicator at the wrist, but it's always on the pinky side. So this would be closer to camera and then there. So if you want to indicate overlap right here, you could showcase that because this is the pinky side, this is where that bone juts out. If it was from the other side, you might not even see the bone because it would be back there. But because your pinky's over here, that's where that is. And it just breaks up the shape. I'm not going to get into it, but there's helpful ways to break up shapes to make it interesting to the eye from a distance, while still following anatomy. You can just emphasize things. So like here, to emphasize this elbow, I would say straight line all the way down the arm, and then break it up and make an elbow. It's a little more jagged. I didn't do it well enough because there. But it doesn't curve in like that specifically, but that helps a little bit. With me, specifically with cartooning. It's fun to try that because it breaks the shape and it looks good in my head anyway. And then bicep or tricep, I keep doing that. Tricep, very specifically, is long, but it doesn't bunch up until it meets the torso. So when you're drawing an arm, this long stretch is still tricep, but it like only bunches when it's here. That's where it gets tight. And that's where all the pulling is from. That's the central area. And it's called a tricep because there's actually 3 tendons. And I believe it's shaped like that, but don't listen to me. I'm also following along as if her arm goes back there. Let me move it so that we know where that indicator would be. So what did I say? Elbow would have to come forward more. in perspective. We're coming here. Straight across, and then... So I usually overemphasize how the bicep functions in that I make a super straight line here, so then when I make that bump, it's more emphasized. And then overlap, and then forearm, which, because this is kind of at an angle now, the bicep and the forearm are kind of on the same level, and you don't have to do anything more extreme than just follow through on the shape of... Because it does come down. Oops. Not what I meant, but... So yeah. And then chest would come up here. And flesh is more there. Yeah. Yeah. Clavicle is raised because she's tilting her torso back, and it does go into the shoulder. You did that well, pretty well, actually. That's my advice on the anatomy, specifically of that hand in the back. This would be probably flat, just because there would be no overlap other than this palm is in the front, so maybe even lead it down, and then the other side of the palm, other fatty part of the palm would be back there, and it would be overlapped by the wrist, because the wrist does go up into there, and then you would have a little bit back there. Is my hand even on? Yeah. That would be sticking out. So that's how that hand would look. And just to break up the shape, maybe consider alternating that the index finger is out but curled up. Or in a different pose, Do that. Whatever you're feeling. I keep hitting the wrong shortcut. Okay. When you finish, of course. I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you possibly send me the draw over? I'd like to use it as a reference. Sure. I don't know that I accomplished what I was trying to specifically. Like, I didn't redraw it. But yeah. Here, I just red screen. Flashbang. Let me draw it in perspective separately as a character, and then I'll give it to you. How's that? Bear with me while I draw it again. Same, bear with me. Keep doing it. Man, can there be like a middle zoom on that? I need it to be less, but not that much. There we go. Okay. So I'm not going to draw new perspective, mark the extent of it. I would just draw the horizon line, and that would be your general idea of where your perspective is at. I would never here's your vanishing point. Here's your 2/3 perspective, or whatever it is. Your 3-point vanishing point perspective. I'm not going to do that. Subscribe to your YouTube, join Discord, and put one of those images in the Discord under chance.e. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I'm trying to, get us going. And I do weekly challenges. We're doing cat this week. That's the prompt. I'm going to try and get more inventive prompts, but I've been in a very cat mood recently, so I wanted an excuse to draw some cats. And I did. So go check them out. I'm gonna move this actually. I'm gonna put it on this side because that's how I draw. Okay. Let's do black. Actually, let's do this like it's a gesture drawing. Let's do this like I'm just approaching it. Just so you guys have practice as to how to do a gesture drawing, so that we can do a couple of things at once. The way that I do a gesture drawing is that first I try and get it I usually work my way up to the different times. So I usually start with 1 minute, voice crack. I do 1 minute, and then I move up until I then refine the drawing, the pose. And that's usually just a warm-up. I'll do different poses for 1 minute at a time, and then I'll allow myself to move on. But just to, warm up your hand, and really capture the essence of the pose is what I usually go for when I'm doing a figure drawing. So, let's do I have a timer still? I have a timer. If I can get my timer up and running easily. Damn, I had a timer. Splitty. Let's find that. Real quick. Oh, that was on Chrome. Give me 1 second. No. Splitty. Internet timer. This is for downloading. I thought there was a web time. I'll just do a regular timer and I'll just see if I can capture this. How easily can I set this up? I don't want it to take too long. And do a new source. We'll do capture, screen capture. Can I do window capture? Window capture. New timer. Window. Opera. Wow, that's big. Capture method. And then can I mask this, or is it gonna just downsize it? That might just downsize. Yep. Dang it. Let me do... I'm not super familiar with this. I haven't used Streamlabs in a while. Give me a second. There's gotta be a way. I know there's a way. Criminy. Ooh. Nope. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Nice. We're just gonna pretend. I'll let you guys time me. So, anyway, figure drawing. What I would capture first is the general the force of the motion, whatever the pose is. I want to try and capture the essence of it based on the position of the spine relative to the torso, relative to the hips, relative to the feet. So I would do for this like this, where her torso is heeled back, her hips are a little forward, and then her legs are down here, and they kind of just are straight down. So there's a lot of force right there. Foot is here, hips. Out. This is probably... The torso needs to be down here. And then if I can get into the limbs, I try. Usually do ovals very quickly for that, and this is probably about a minute. I might have some more time, but general idea. Very messy, okay? This will become your own language of shorthand for what it is that you recognize in the landmarks of the body. So, I'll break it down. I've got circles where I imagine the joints go. Let me do another layer. I just draw circles where the joints go, bigger landmarks. Sometimes I'll do joints at the elbows. Where I'm drawing limbs, just to keep it quick and easy, I do ovals. Just because that's how my brain works. Is that when I'm just trying, my hands going everywhere, I just do ovals, torso, hips. Sometimes I'll do another circle here if it's kind of wonky, where if you're twisted at the right angle, you can add another mid circle to connect where these two are. And it kind of, when you draw the circle like that, the third circle, it helps with defining where the hips dip down and like something sits. Those lower guts sit into this cavity of the hips. Ooh, big eraser. So there's like this point here where there's no hip, and they go down into that, and they make that V. That's your hips. And then there's the torso, which, if I draw this ball again, this is the bottom of the rib cage. And so in drawing this ball, I've done both, essentially. I've drawn the bottom half of the rib cage, and I've drawn the top half of the hips. So that's why I do that third ball. A lot of the time, people will just say like, oh, here, draw the bean. And it's like, there's a lot in the middle of the bean that you lose if you don't draw another shape to define them. I don't know why I'm erasing it. We'll do that. That's good. Legs. I usually try for legs. I do try and differentiate the front and the middle, because the inner thigh is usually actually curved in. This red is not great on the gray. The inner thigh, let's do blue. I like blue better anyway. The inner thigh kind of comes this way and then curves out. Is usually how the thigh is. Now it changes based on the angle. If this was the bottom of the thigh, let's say we've got the top and the bottom, it would be like this, where this is the top and this is the bottom underneath the thigh, right? And that would be your hips. Well, actually your hip would probably be more here. Your legs are actually on the side of your body. And then the outer thigh, this is why I draw them separately. The outer thigh comes around and then kind of stops a little higher, and then your knee is right there. And then you've got, because of the way that this slopes, because of that, again, if you were here for the pachinko machine description, where the ball kind of falls throughout the anatomy of your body, if the ball were to hit here, it would slope down and hit this inside calf. And this would be the back of your calf, right? And then it all kind of flows together down into your foot. And then the pachinko would hit down here, and then bam, right? So when I draw legs, I don't do ovals usually. I will draw them separate because these lines are pretty important. And that's one of the bigger instances of where the force of the body does follow those lines pretty dramatically. So I like to do the legs very specifically. But I also like to draw the calves as if they were like deer, where they have those inverted legs, and it's like this is their foot, but then this is your ankle now, and your toes come out here, and this is your calf. I just like to accentuate the calf because it is pretty prominent oftentimes based on whatever the pose is. But still, we got a lot done in a short amount of time. 1 minute just to get the idea of the pose, and I know what that meant to me. I knew where all those lines were personally. I know it looks like a mess right now. Kind of looks like an Oscar trophy, but yeah, that to me, I know what that means. That's just shorthand for the figure. And then if I wanted to clean it up from here, let's see how well I did actually to clean it up. So I'm just going to erase what I drew. I drew it on the same layer. That's okay, since it's alone. And we'll even do another one just so I can come back to that. Okay. So I'm going to erase this and just showcase where I would put the landmarks if I were to continue moving on, just based on what the gesture was. So this is just going to be an instance of the overlap where I just decide between each of these ovals which one is in front of the other. So right here, where they join here, this is just going to be a matter of, based on the perspective, which one comes forward, and I'm going to determine that the forearm is actually in front, and that's going to overlap. And so I'll just clean that up. And then here, this tricep, or the arm, the upper arm overlaps here, so I would determine that comes down and erases, and would then I can do these lines and overlap with the body where they meet. And then this would be the shoulder back there, but I'll draw the rest. I'll draw it out. I'm just going to use this as a landmark once I come back. Shoulder, that's a little too high, so I will eventually get rid of that, but it will be overlapped by that. Arms up in the back. Again, this is kind of flat. I might just erase here and let that be flat. This will get overlapped by the chest, so that will get erased. This is my guiding line. This is my torso. This line gets erased because that is the shoulder, so that gets recessed. That was just a straight line. Sometimes I get a little wacky with it. This overlaps down to here. Again, I don't know if you remember how I said that because of the perspective that the torso sits on top of the hips, because the camera is kind of facing down at them. So the torso, bottom of the torso is here, and it is on top of the hips here. And so this overlapping line determines that because you're looking down at them, they sit in front of the hips. And so these are going to be my overlapping lines, and I will erase there. Erase these, so then it indicates better. This leg is in front of the other one. That's easy enough, and that's probably the best way to describe the idea in the most basic of terms, is that if you have two legs, one of them, if you're askew, one of them is going to be in front, and that's your overlap. And you just have to narrow that down even further into muscle groups and clothing and wrinkle, stuff like that, to even further indicate form. That was just to guide where my feet would be relative to each other. That's my knee, and that's my hip. And then this is good for the pelvis. That does indicate the crotch. So yeah. Ish. Right? And obviously I can refine it from here. I can perfect my edges. So let's do that in another color. We'll use this as a general. I'm still going to use the original pose to guide me, to overemphasize. Actually, I'm just going to stretch it. I'm going to warp what I have and see how well that works. And then maybe I can even use that as a guide. Let's do... I want to do smudge and keep... What is it? Smudge tool and... There's a method to it where you can just keep hard edges. I'll just use a hard brush. Oops. Well, that's erasing. I want it to smudge. Well, kinda just erasing. Maybe it's a little too strong. It'll blur it. It'll make the edges a little less sharp, but that's okay. Not sampling layers. Let's see what finger painting does. I don't know what that is. Nope, that's adding color. Don't want that. Okay. So, I need to bring my torso out. And I didn't nail the chest, but that's okay. Hips come out wider. Pelvis comes up. Really emphasize that back leg. And pretty major overlap here with the knee. I don't know if you can tell, but because I have this back leg trailing behind, not only is it back in perspective, but it's also back because it's at an angle. And so you can see like straight down into it. If it was like a cup of water, you can see straight down into there. And then this would connect. I was going to use that as an example, but that's like connecting up there and coming around from the back. So that's like the front plane, and it's got a pretty drastic slope there. the knee. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Well, I just lost all the ink I was smudging. I don't usually do this, by the way. I don't usually do smudging to correct myself. I usually just draw over top of myself multiple times. But I think this is kind of helpful for the sake of, like, just being able to merge stuff to show that what you have is enough as a baseline, and then you just kind of refine in whatever way works for you to get to what you're trying to go for. Now, I didn't angle this out enough to showcase it. But the toes are pretty wide down there. The ankles are pretty wide up there. Right? Okay. And then once I'm done smudging this, I'm going to draw over it one more time, and I'll probably just trace it real quick. And I want to see how well I match it up. And I have the original that I know was not matched up very well, but it was at least in that rough. I captured the very general perspective, the landmarks of the body, and the overlap that I was going for. So each level of this process is important for different reasons. So when somebody looks over your shoulder and sees that you've just done your rough sketch of whatever it is that you're doing, it's embarrassing because it's not the final. So, you know, for me anyway, that whenever anybody's like, that's really bad, I know it's really hard to show up somewhere and be like, I'm an artist, and they're like, draw me something, and then I do, and it's bad because I'm not warmed up and I'm not doing something that I'm like super familiar with, and you know what I mean? It takes time, is what I'm saying. And so if anybody judges you and goes, that's not very good, it just, art is as good as the amount of time you put into it. You can really refine the hell out of something if you give yourself the time, if you have the time. The challenge is trying to expedite the process. As you get more confident with your line, as you get more familiar with the body, it gets faster. But you can always spend the time to make it perfect. But only if you have it. So, that's my tip, is don't be so self-conscious about what it is that you're capable of doing, because it is just time-based. I know that you have the capacity to make something really good if given the proper amount of time. And the problem is when somebody goes, draw me something on the spot, it's like, be funny, tell me a joke. You know? Can't just do that. Okay. Coming along. She's got some crazy trapezius. Or some latissimus dorsi. Sorry. Lats. Lats are going nuts. And again, this model isn't fully anatomically correct, so I'm following it very generally. I'm just using it as a guide back, and this would come across there. Nice. This is the best lesson I taught myself after high school. Oh, just taking your time? Yeah, absolutely. No reason to hold yourself accountable for the sake of like, oh, it's not perfect. Just make it first, and then you can make it good. I learned that from somebody. That's not my saying. Don't quote me on that. Quote somebody else on that. And then you can leave your hands wherever you want. Shoulder comes down and back. Missing a line there, but that's okay. I know where it goes. Forearm. I like to emphasize this muscle here on the forearm where it's a straight line up until here, and then it's like a hard curve, hard-ass curve. We'll get into curves some other time. I think curves are also very important. Because that's very animation-based, and I really like using the different versions of curves. They're very important. I need to bring the face down. Need a little neck. Okay. My scale is a little off. it seems. Let's see if we can't fix that. And again, this is just a test to see how well I've got my observational eye trained. If I can match these up. I will cheat and fill in these gaps, but I will indicate them with blue, so you know that I cheated. Where I needed to draw a line and I didn't. Here. I will just follow the model just to see how accurate I am. I won't do my S-curve. Oop. Butterfingers. Her head is in front of that thumb. I'm just going to follow the model, not what your drawing was. Her traps recede. And her shoulder goes up. His forearm comes back. Bicep. Shoulder. Fear that I didn't give enough scale there. Like maybe this goes out farther, but we'll see. And then here's just a hand. I don't know. I wasn't super I wasn't super. When I do a figure drawing, I don't know why my brain just shut down. When I do a figure drawing, I ignore the hands almost entirely, other than where the wrists are. So that I know where the hands will start, but do not break down the hands when you do a gesture drawing in 1 minute. Don't even bother. Maybe with like you can do like the silhouette if you've got like a hand that, you know, you do like that real quick. You know, if you're trying to get just general finger thumb position. When I do figure drawing, rarely do I get to the hand, other than just like up. That's where the hand's going to be. And maybe just to indicate where the thumb will be. You know? I don't break down the fingers. Rarely do I even... I might not even do the palm, my little palm shortcut, until I get there. That's a pretty good hand, actually. Holy crap. Just accidentally. You know? If that's the fingers and the knuckle. Whoops. You know, sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. I'm gonna head out now, but thank you so much for the tips. Of course, no problem. I will send that. Do you want the Photoshop file? I don't know what the best way to get that to you is. I'll figure it out. I'll post a couple of things. Maybe I'll just send it to you, DM. But yeah, thank you for showing up. Thank you for letting me use yours as an example. I'm gonna see how this matches up, and then I will. Yeah, glad I could help. Hopefully, some of those tips worked, and hopefully, I don't know if you're gonna go back to that same piece. But if you do, maybe you can refine it. Right. I don't want to erase that hand. It's so good. Let's move the draw over. That layer? Yeah. See how well I did. I think I'm a little too small. Yep. All right. Let's see if I scale it up. Let's cheat a little bit. Still off. Damn. Alright, let's make this red. Control U. Oops. Colorize. The right color. Let's do blue. Okay. So, not terrible, but it does seem like I didn't get the perspective fully correct. I needed to, let's see what I did wrong. Head needs to come down. Shoulder needs to come back. And again, if you want to, you can trace. But this is the fastest way to figure out where you've gone awry. little too much there. I think I didn't twist it enough in perspective in general. Pretty solid with the torso, pretty not terrible with the legs and the hips. Foot position was off. This is really foreshortened down here. I did not do that properly. But leg to foot here in the front, pretty good. Not too much askew. Just that back leg was really foreshortened. She's got crazy traps, good lord. But yeah, not the worst. And it's a little bit better than tracing, in my opinion, because you do a rough and you get the general idea of the gesture, and then you just looking back and forth between the two, you can go, all right, this is a better refinement, just about here, you know, and then even further from there, going back over and just tracing it, if you want to. One of the exercises that I was taught was to trace if you have a 2D, if you have like an image you're referencing, if it's live, it's going to be a problem. Trace the drawing, then draw the drawing next to it separately, different than the trace, just looking back and forth the way that I just did. And then take your trace over and just see if you can, after you've warmed up your hand with that initial trace, move it just to go back and forth with that. Okay? Is that good enough? Are we sated? You know, that was a good exercise for me specifically to do that back and forth, and I think that was a pretty successful lesson of drawing it very quickly, gesturally, and then from there I could have taken some more time to refine it, but just in general, smudging stuff around, that wasn't, I've never done that, but I think it would. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back. Process that while I'm gone. Think on those lessons I've given you, the gifts you've received, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Getting late for me, I'm gonna head out. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you being here. Sorry I left, but I guess potty break was well needed for everybody. Let's check Discord and see what's going on over there. You guys are going nuts. Nice. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff on Discord. New members. Welcome in, everybody. I did chance. Okay, cool. Got everybody. I'm not risking the NSFW just in case. Why did I got the follower thing that popped up, but it didn't change my goal? I don't know what happened there, but it's supposed to change. Okay. Where were we? Ah, drawing me. I'm gonna save this so I can send that to them. As doodles for now. Okay. And then I'll raster it out if I need to. Separate it into the JPEGs. Okay, let's go back to me. What are my needs? I look so devious. Okay. Oh. Brush too small. There we go. Man. I'm gonna turn it up. The problem is I can't see the camera and myself at the same time. Also, this is the wrong hand. Because I'm reversed, so I need to jingling all my stuff. It'll be like it. I'm not left-handed, so I don't clean up that. Whatever. You get the idea. Question is, do I get the idea? God, I am up to no good. Good lord. I'm really scheming over here. ear that is too deep of a brim. Need to do more. Feel like my chin is a little too strong there. Maybe I move my eyes down. Where my face was though. Dang it. Blown up in Discord. What are we doing? Where we at? What are we doing? Where we at? Nice. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. That's my problem. I don't have the lip. Lip isn't out. That's my issue, is that I was seeing too much of the other drawing. You do my mouth. That I just am not used to having my head turned that direction with my Rowlick always being present on that side. I need to do more hair over here. I think I need to do my ear as well. Yeah. Let's play with this. Calling somebody a fourth-rate dueler with a third-rate deck. What is it? What's it have to say? You're a third-rate dueler with a fourth-rate deck. telling secrets. You know what? I need the hat to be down. Further. There we go. Like that a little better. Now the problem is I have yaoi hands. Actually, hand's about the size of the other one, and I really like the hand. I think I just need to make my head bigger. I have a yaoi head. Don't Google that. Right sides. Can't go bigger actually. I look so mischievous. On my villain arc. For anybody who was here while I was talking about it, this is what I mean when I'm talking about overlaps. I'm gonna have I want my shoulder in front of my face. It's like, you know, you kind of leaning forward. I should have my face jut out a little bit, actually. I should have my face overlap with my jacket. Really sell it. So go pixel perfect on it, which is kind of counter to what I was feeling initially with the vibe of the character, but I keep wanting to make it perfect. I have that issue. This is over top. It kind of wraps around the back of my head. And then we will overemphasize the position of that by bring the head down further. Actually, yeah, I think I need to do that. My thumb? What is that? No, that's my finger. I need to not select that. What's that thing on your neck? Is that your ear? There we go. That's what we're looking for. Hello? There we go. Devious. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome in. Hey, yo. What's up? What's up? Ooh. For those who have just joined, I do have a question. What, goody. What was it that got you on my channel? Was it the... Did you watch my last video and see that I was live? Because that was the instance that I had last time. Was that people saw... They saw the video and then saw that I was live and joined? Or were you seeking out, like, drawing stuff? Or are you just browsing live stream stuff on YouTube? I don't know. I'm curious. Or are you from my Discord? Because that is, you know... does happen. What do we want to do? I need to fix this ear. What I need to do. Oh, thank you for subbing. Awesome. I don't know why my thing's not working. This should say, make a friend. This should have changed. My goal is to get subs, and that should connect to that. Algorithm just recommended me the video, but I didn't. Though I don't usually look up tutorials unless it's extremely specific, I just thought it would be a good watch, and I like the content and vibe. Cool. I'm glad you like it. That's what I'm going for. It's just, you know, we're just chilling, we're just hanging out. If you got any questions, let me know. And I joined the Discord and saw you were live. Yep. That's me. Cool. I'm always curious about that, especially with, you know, the video being about, like, statistics and the algorithm and all that. I'm always curious as to what it is that works for people. I feel like the general idea is to just, you know, make good stuff and people will find it. So I'm just trying to make good stuff, you know? And I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you found me. Got any questions, let me know. What would that be best? I'm just working on, for those who are just joining, I'm working on my avatar for the next video. I'm adding a couple of things, breakdown poses for hitting bits in a script that I'm trying to get to. Trying to make it entertaining, and I don't want to just limit myself to a few avatars. Restrictive poses. I'm an animator. I might as well just draw new ones, you know? I'm still working on the script, but this is more entertaining than that. Also, I don't want to tell you the script of what's happening. It's a secret. And these are good to add because I also will start using them for the Discord as stickers. I think they're good reaction stickers. This will be a good one. This is my villain arc. This is my scheming. And I joined in. Yeah, that is specific enough. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gotta spruce it up. Yes, gotta keep it fresh. Gotta keep you guessing. I'm gonna make, I think it's my hat. I think my hat is too big. That's what it looks like from this perspective. Oh, there he is. There we go. That's pretty good. Although, really collapsed my torso there. I'm just smaller in general. Oh, wrong one. Just make it a little bigger overall. Don't worry, I'm gonna redraw it anyway. I don't care about upscaling and whatever at the moment. There we go. I hit that vest pretty well, actually. Shoulders match. Shoulder comes up, head goes down, arm comes across, hand is about the same. Yeah, it's good. Alright, we'll do final. Oops. Illiterate, as we know previously. Is that better? I do like that smile a little better, actually. That nose. I like it without the eyebrow. trying to be more central, actually. I'm looking off into the distance. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm evil. That's what I'm going for. I don't know where I saw it. I think it was TikTok. There was some fan theory that Patrick is the ultimate evil in SpongeBob because Mermaid Man loses his mind every time Patrick is around. It was very funny. Good circle. I think I need... It looks like a bucket hat. It'll make sense when it's like, you know, back to back with two different poses. I need to... Just did a whole thing on perspective and now I can't get my hat right. Technically the way that the brim of the hat, it like wraps around the sides, so I need to emphasize that to make it better. Discord's blowing up, give me a moment. Something's going nuts. We'll get to that later. Somebody else? I've got so many different art Discords that I'm part of. I feel like I look like the kid from, I don't know who's familiar with My Hero, the kid who can copy other people's quirks. I feel like I just look like that kid. Which sucks because he's a little rat bastard. I don't remember his name, but a little jerk. You just gotta step away, you know? Sometimes you just gotta... Damn it! Damn it! How do I want to... It can't be that complicated either. Maybe I just do a straight line. It's not bad. Good lord. Lord. Loving the corgi blanket. It's adorable. I won this at Dave & Buster's. I don't remember how many tickets it was, but we were just like picking stuff out, and then I was like, I only got so many tickets left, and there's not really anything else in here. I'm just gonna get this corgi blanket. It's very cute, thank you. There's another blanket underneath, and I think it's even better. But yeah, I love corgis. I don't have one, but I would love one, but they're probably very expensive, and also I don't have time for a dog right now. That would be a lot of effort. And they require a lot of attention, specifically corgis, because they're very smart, and I don't know if I am intelligent enough for a corgi. I feel like they're probably smarter than me, and they would get tired of my tricks. They'd be like, alright, Yep. Yep, you pump faked me with the ball. Got it. Bet. Get that. I want to get this. Sometimes you just nail the line art the first time, and then when you refine it down, it just doesn't. Same. And other times you nail it first try. My pinky looks like a plastic knife. Ooh, ooh, do I like that shape more? Instead of the plastic knife? A little bit, a little bit. God, I am up to no good. It's very, the fake bumper sticker of Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes peeing on something, which never actually happened in a panel of the cartoon, or in the comic book. But somebody just stole the design and made Calvin piss on something. That's what my face is giving right now. Let me find it. Camera turned too. You can kind of see my desktop, and I don't want to show anything. Oh, I never used that timer. Actually not even. There's a Joker version of Calvin with the Joker makeup, and he's pissing on society. Society. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just his eyebrows. Check Discord real quick. Make sure nobody new is in that I'm ignoring. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna give you a grand reveal of what is under my corgi blanket. Oh! It's a bluey, like, towel, cozy, what is it? It's a hoodie. It's a Snuggie. and I won it at my company. We had a Secret Santa, or not a Secret Santa, a white elephant, and I won it because I initially had one gift that was like lottery scratchers and a picture of my boss in a silly frame. And everybody was like, "Oh, you're kissing butt," and I was like, "No, I just wanted the lottery scratchers. What if I win big?" And then somebody stole my thing, and so I stole Bluey. And so if I'm cold, I just wear my Bluey. I'm actually really warm right now, so this is gonna get hot in a minute, but I'll keep it on for a second, just in case anybody's glancing at my channel and wants to see what I'm about. I'm all about Bluey. He's a real one, for real. I am glad, truly, that there are animated shows out there for kids that are still upholding what I grew up with, like Blue's Clues, or like, what was another good one? I really liked Roly Poly Oly, which was like one of the very first 3D animated shows. It was really good. What's another good one that I grew up? That was educational, you know. Dora the Explorer was good. I learned a decent amount of Spanish that I forgot about, but then when I went to grade school and learned Spanish, I retained a decent amount from Dora. Another good educational one specifically. Big Comfy Couch was kind of just like mental stimulation for babies. Sesame Street, that one's really good. Educational. Really upset that they canceled it. I'm very happy that Netflix picked it up. They're doing everything to make everybody stupider, and I hate it. Is my arm okay there? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna color this. This to be. Sorry, source it. Let's get rid of my underdrawing. PBS classics are great. True. I'm trying to think. I never watched Word Girl, but that was like right on the cusp. I watched a little bit of Curious George, but I didn't really like it that much. Apparently there's a show out there called Liberty Kids, which I never watched, but apparently it's huge, and I just didn't know. But that's like a mainstay of some people's childhood. It's another one. Oh, wrong layer. What's another PBS one? I'm trying to think. I think I really only watched Sesame Street on PBS. I also played a lot of games, so like Putt Putt, or like, and I'm blanking. Arthur. Arthur was on PBS. Arthur was good. I watched it when I was in 5th grade. Flashback. Yeah. I'm trying to think when I would have. I don't know. I don't even remember it being in the commercials for other stuff. Yeah. I also am realizing now that I don't think I watched too many educational shows. I mostly watched like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Beyblade and Pokemon and cartoons on Cartoon Network and Disney Channel. Disney Channel's a little educational. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, SpongeBob, etc. Nothing specifically educational, but I learned stuff, you know? I learned to be a good person, to make Krabby Patties, to have fun with your friends, and it doesn't even have to be at their cost, you know? You don't have to put anybody out. You can have fun just for the sake of having fun without being a bully. Squidward wasn't fun to be around. Squidward sucked. What else did I learn from cartoons? Learn how to be an animator. Where I got my inspiration. Oh, Boomerang. Yes, I grew up with Boomerang as well. I did. I I watched a lot of the Smurfs, but there was another one called the Snorks that like nobody knows about, but I watched it like it was regular. Like that was everybody's favorite show. But I do also very vividly remember that there was only like 5 episodes of the Snorks that I ever saw, and they were all pretty boring, looking back. Um, and honestly, just underwater Smurfs, not very different. Pretty much the same. Smurfs were alright. Scooby-Doo, big one, good one. Didn't like the Flintstones, never got into the Flintstones, never really got into the Jetsons. I think what other things were on Boomerang. There was Josie and the Pussycats. I didn't watch that. I think there was other Archie. Is Richie Rich? Archie? I don't know if that would have shown up on Boomerang. I don't know. I don't know what other Boomerang things I'm thinking that I'm missing. It was basically just like 5 different iterations of Scooby-Doo. I do remember that. There was Scooby-Doo, there was the Scooby-Doo Monster Chase? Monster Race? Monster Racers. And it was like a crossover with Wacky Racers. That's what it was. It was a crossover with Wacky Racing. I hated Scrappy. Obviously. Everybody hates Scrappy. Let's get this background out here so I know where I'm not hitting. Sorry, flashbang. Circle. Oh, that's what I needed to do. Missed this part. Bottom of my jacket. My jacket. Those. Like 3 more I need to color. Oops. There we go. And just because I'm lazy, I'm just going to steal the black. What's going on in Discord? What are we doing? What are we doing? Nothing. Nothing. Alright. Taking Bluey off. It's too hot. Ooh. Play my DVD background, which you probably can't even see because my chair's scooted up. Here's my tiny CRT playing some miscellaneous anime. And my... Is Galaga? Yeah, Galaga's a little more visible. Keep it. Cool. We got Whisper done. Alright. I didn't color those. Now wait. Okay. I think I only have one more to do from scratch. Point. Yeah. Did I do my nose? Yeah, I did do my nose. Okay, cool. It's not terrible because I can just color the one and then kind of carry it over to the other ones because they're not moving much. I don't know why I decided to do essentially an animation for a little bit, but I like bits. Bits are funny. That's a bit. Let's do this first, which doesn't that. Right there. Always concerned about that. Oh. Need another line there to delineate where that hood starts and the jacket ends. Actually, I'm gonna be smart about it. Because I have 3 other versions of this. That. Duplicate it. Duplicate it again. There. One over there. And then merge them down. I'm a genius. Right. Oops. He said, being a genius. Using the wrong color. The genius. It'll get painted over. It's fine. It's fine. wrong layer. Set the genius. Blindly following the line. Ooh. Nice. Okay. I can copy that over. Duplicate, because whenever I copy, it doesn't work the way I want it to. Okay. Here. It's recolored. Pretty sure I only moved the neck, so in theory the only thing that's messed up is anything above it. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Alright. And this should all be the same except for the mouth, which I did change. I just extended it. That's alright. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Is that falling? I can't tell. Can you see that paneling? No, you can't. Okay. My camera's not aimed up at I have acoustic foam that I just put up, and you can't really see it, but I have a slanted roof, or a ceiling, and so any of the acoustic foam on the slanted part of the ceiling is very not cooperative, and does seem to want to come down. Of its own volition. Okay. I think I just have to whisper and I'm done. That's the only thing that I'm looking at. Oh, not whisper, sorry, depressed. That's what I'm looking at. Always do that. I'm looking at the wrong screen. I was following the cursor on my stream and not on my screen. I am silly. Consolidate a little more. Use that as reference. There we go. Okay. Now, this one I feel like I don't need to do too much. Oop. It's just gonna be that. I think that's pretty good. There we go. Okay. Best. Just arms would come around like that. Arms are in front. What does the back of my head look like? You tell me, what does the back of my head look like? I'm just kidding. Okay, so I would still have, my ear would be visible. Be that far back. Right here. The face, let's see, nose would be like there. Won't see any of that though. Neck. Yeah. I don't need it super detailed. Thank goodness for Control Z. Plan Z, there it is. It's what you said. is hard to draw the head in full perspective, face down. Good lord. Heavens to Betsy. I don't think I've ever said that in my life. How does that overlap work? Stand up and do it. Shoulders are forward. Turn the wrong way. Shoulders are forward. For everything else, torso's going to be back a bit, and it will join up here. Yeah. Okay. Remember, if you don't have reference, use yourself. Use your body. You can't afford to pay somebody to do it yourself. Off. Let's use that can be where my oops. Oh dear. Okay. I lied. It's not the final. It's a draft. Bean meaning to ask, do you have a stream schedule plan to go live when you can? I am still working on it. Currently the plan is to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, just because those are my free days, and stream from 3 till whenever I get tired of streaming, or when people stop showing up and asking questions and hanging out. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I believe it's New York time. It's hard to, I usually, best way to stay updated, I always put out an announcement before my stream on the Discord, sorry. And I might start announcing it on YouTube in the community. I don't know if that's something that people would be interested in. I don't know if it would get annoying, and I don't know if people would even see it. I could at the very least put out a post about, regular stream hours and pin it, maybe? I don't know if pinning is a function of the community notes. But yeah, and then for streaming, I plan on just doing drawing for the time being. But if people are like, hey, do something else, I've got games on my computer, I've got games back there. I could just set the camera up and point it at the screen and move my mic over. You can watch me play Galaga. I'm really good at Galaga. I say really good. I'm sure there's somebody who's better out there, but actually, real quick, I've been meaning to do this. I'm gonna look at Galaga's highest score. Actually, final level too, because I keep getting stuck on one. And I don't know what the last level is. I've never made it there, obviously. There is no final level. It continues in a loop. There's a kill screen. 256, that's nuts. After completing 255, that's amazing. That just unlocked a core childhood memory. There was a glitch in, if anybody's ever played Castle Crashers, there was a game called Castle Crashers, and in Castle Crashers, before they patched it, there was a way that you could glitch the game to get to level 255. And that was the level cap, and that makes it feel like it was intentional that it was also at 255. There's something weird about that number with video game encoding. But that's fun. It cycles through levels with the difficulty peaking at 255. Due to an 8-bit integer overflow, the game cannot properly display or process. That's nuts. There's a final boss in a different game? That's cool. Galaga 88. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Galaga, we'll call it high score. Galaga is subject to several high score based tournaments. 2020, the world record is 20 million points. Okay, I'm not good at Galaga. That is nowhere near my high score. Good lord. Former world record was 17 million. Huh. Well, here's somebody breaking 100,000. That I've got in the bag. My son can get 430,000. That's pretty good. That's better than me for sure. Huh. Anyway, that was a little break from Galaga. Because I'm interested. And I like Galaga. Galaga, isn't that the one that's saying "We Are the World" or whatever? I actually forgot the name of what Gal Gadot. What was that song they sang? Imagine. That's what it was. I was like, the first word of the song. That helps. Imagine all the people. Separate these out. Maybe. Break it up. Break it up. For those who weren't here, I just did a whole thing on overlapping lines, so I can't mess them up. That would make me hypocritical. I didn't take my own advice. I just realized I'm doing the fent lean, so hopefully that's not upsetting to anybody. Is my sound paneling coming off of my door? That's a vertical. I've never had a problem with the vertical sticking. Well, now, sorry. I apologize. That more look like odd JoJo poses. I don't know enough about JoJo's to know they're good poses. I do recognize that they are good poses. In fact, I do have a plan for just a short little TikTok to do some sketches of Sonic the Hedgehog in JoJo poses, because I did Sonic in Willem Dafoe modeling poses, because Willem Dafoe is a fiend when it comes to modeling. And so I did want to do Sonic and JoJo poses because they got some crazy good fashion poses. And honestly, I figured it would probably be a good like action pose study, because JoJo's got some nuts stuff. I don't know that I like that ear. Something's off. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Hi, welcome in. Was official. Welcome. Do I have... I guess that kind of pull. Yeah, that does pull on the shoulders, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Hello. I keep doing that. Keep double tap. Keep double tapping. Now I'm clicking on the wrong things. Automatically opens my layer styles. Think again. Losing my mind. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Yeah. This one, you know what? Stylistically, I might make it a little messier, just for the sake of that. I think that could be good. Or I might offset the color once I get it finished. I think that could be fun. Sorry, flashbang. Oop, forgot to do the circle on my hat. Now that I've colored it in, I feel like I need that shoulder to connect better. But my arm is not super great. Let's just do this. Do black. 17 black. See, but now I need it to be shifted more. Let's see. Yeah, I need to be over here. Oops. Which does mean do this here. No. There. And I'll erase all of this. We just gotta start over. I'm not starting from the beginning, but you know. Oops. Yep. I know. Oh, thank you. I assume somebody said bless you. I have a good community of people. I'm sure somebody said bless you. Two different grays. What? Where's my screen not color corrected properly? It looks blue over there and yellow over here. That's not good. Anyway. Or I've been staring at a screen so long that my eyes have adjusted. And it's like wearing an eye patch as a pirate. And one of my eyes is adjusted for above deck, and one of my eyes is adjusted for below deck. It's anybody's guess. White. I can hear my sound paneling peeling from the walls. It's almost up. Oh, you know what? I think that hair is throwing me off. I think that hair is telling me a different story. Get rid of this hair. How long do you go live? I usually do like 5 hours at a time. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, depending on how full of energy I am, depending on how long people stick around. I think Wednesday I cut it short because I was both tired and I think everybody left. And you know, I like to stick around just long enough for people to see me and tune in and pop by. But yeah, like 5-6 hours, I guess. Actually, I've never gone to 9 p.m. I don't think. I think I maybe went 8. But I've just started doing this. This was this Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So yeah, we'll just I'm just planning on working around what works most for people who are regular. We'll make it happen. What do I want to do here? What am I feeling? What's the vibe? What's the move? I don't hate the silhouette with the gap in there. I don't think it's terrible. Oh, I didn't do the bottom. That's something I need. There. Missing something. The arms need to come in, but that's gonna ruin my silhouette. I think my chin needs to come up, and I think I need hair around the back of my head to change the perspective. I should have rendered this out fully before I finalized the sketch. Sometimes I get lucky and something's good enough, but this is a pretty dramatic pose, so I should have thought about that more. Sometimes you just know when something's done, and sometimes you're never done. That back, chin back. Although having the color does help a lot. It does tell me where. Jaw. See, my neck is here. Neck hole connects to my neck. Yeah, ish. Base of my neck. Connecting to my skull. Forehead is like down this way. You know what I mean? I think hatch good-ish. I think ear needs to be here. How long do you go live? Looks like you've been streaming for about 3 years. How long did it take before you had a nice following? I've been streaming for about a month. Still just a little feller. I haven't been regularly streaming for 3 years. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I stretched and all the blood left my brain. I just started streaming again. I had streamed a little bit ago. I want to say in 2020 I started just because that was COVID and there was nothing else to do. And I used it as a way to motivate myself to work on my projects. I was doing that Pikachu up in the top left. Forever. But I felt like when I had an audience that I was more locked in and I would be able to actually progress on my projects. But most of my following on YouTube is actually from videos that I've made, and I've been finding success with animatics, and I recently just got a lot of success from my my analysis of social media and its algorithms, because I think that's a big point of contention for people, where they they don't know where to post anymore, because there's a lot of turmoil right now with the state of social media, in that AI is taking over. Algorithms are being redone randomly without knowledge of the fan base or the user base. And there's a lot of censorship happening, and that has been it doesn't get announced to the general public as to how that censorship happens. And so I think that with those three things happening, I think people are kind of lost when it comes to how to get eyes. And so I just wanted to break that down specifically for myself, because I genuinely was concerned as to, like, I was told that Kara was a good app, and then I used it when it first came out, and that would have been when most people were using it, I think. And I think they've since fallen off, and so it doesn't seem to have been the best place for me to put my stuff. And so I was curious as to whether it, maybe it cropped back up and actually gained some traction, but based on my last video, it did not. And then I was told that there were other portfolio sites that I should take on, and so, I'm doing that for the next one. That's what these poses are for. And I think I'm just going to break that stuff down, and then we'll see where we go from there. If people have demands of certain video topics, and it's something that I'm passionate about, then I can definitely take care of that. I also did a couple of animation tutorials, which I think were super helpful. At the very least, they were helpful for me in explaining it to somebody else, because then I could look at what I had taught somebody and realize what was important to me, what stuck with me enough to then relay that information to somebody else. That's a really good way of learning yourself. So yeah, I don't really have any specific guide as to what was successful on YouTube, other than caring about what it is that I'm making. I'm very passionate about the stuff that I make, and I hope that shines through in the content that I produce. And I don't have any plans on, like, just doing one thing or another. I want to have the freedom to do, like, I probably would never do a blog, but, like, or a vlog, I guess. But, posting animated shorts, maybe comedy sketches. I don't know if I'm funny enough for that, but I've got ideas rolling around in my head. I want to do, like, game reviews, or, like, not even just game reviews, but, like, putting games on people's radar as to, like, games that I think people missed that I think are really good that people should play, or just listing my favorite games and doing reviews. Game reviews would be fun. Tier lists of that stuff, just to help you guys get a better idea of who I am. Maybe I become a personality that people care about. I don't know. That's where I'm at right now. Hopefully that answered. Also, how long have you been drawing? Has it always been your hobby? Drawing is actually my job. I started in high school. That was so long ago. Was it 15 years ago? I'm so old. 14? We're gonna say 14, so I feel better about myself. Yeah. But I took a class in Photoshop, and then that evolved into a class in fine arts, and so I did drawing and charcoal and painting and all that stuff, inking, and then photography. And photography carried me into college, because the college that I went to had a photo lab that was really good and very cool, and so I learned a lot about photography. And so that became my main job. And then out of college, COVID hit. I was kind of stuck at home, and so then I was just making my own stuff. And I did some freelance work. I did some more animation stuff. I helped some people with their senior theses for animation. And yeah, since then I've just been doing my own thing. I worked a couple of blue-collar jobs, and then I would come home and work on drawing, animation, stuff like that in my spare time. But now I am happily unemployed and looking for freelance stuff. I have some gigs that I do regularly. I'm actually a wedding photographer, which pays very well, to the point that I am able to take a bit of a hiatus from an actual corporate job and be able to do that. And so, yeah, I've always been doing art since I entered the workplace, the adulthood. I don't know what you want to call that. The corporate world. But I recently got more into illustration, um, because I'm doing animations, but I wanted to be able to put stuff out faster, and funnily, it's easier for me to put out an illustration than it is for me to put out an animation because animation takes that much time. So illustration is a little bit easier because I have the patience from animation to be able to reel it in and be like, oh wow, this is actually way less time consuming to sit down and draw an hour painting or whatever. I said paint a 10-hour painting. But currently I am just an artist. And it's the happiest I've ever been. And I'm hoping that, you guys like my stuff enough that I can be able to carry that forward, and, maybe get some AdSense, maybe get some, and just keep doing freelance where I can, and stay alive. That's the dream, is to be able to afford to eat, Oops. Okay. Let's do... That can be my hair in front of my ear. Just my ear back there. I think that's good enough, actually. I think that's good enough at delivering the idea that is my neck. The hair. Because in theory, you can't really see your neck from a top-down view. Not bad. And I think I will erase a little bit here to indicate that that is up. Oops. Do I indicate more hair around the base of my neck, or does the hat actually block that? Let me try and... yeah, the hat does kind of push the hair down to the point that you can't really see it anyway. I certainly think it's better than it was. And I think I still need to move this arm. It just feels too big. It's jutting out of my torso too much. I'm gonna move that. This is where we encounter an issue. Something to consider when you're drawing is the overlapping of lines. And I don't want my hat to be a tangent with my arm, because then it loses a lot of language with the silhouette. So I think I am going to keep that back arm where it is. Come on. There we go. Oops. To be more clever about this, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna put this here, and then I can make this separate, and then I can make however thick I need the arm to be. And that's better, because then there's no tangent, or a parallelogram, I guess is the... Oh, criminy, I moved it. Whatever, it's fine. Redraw it. I need to erase that. I don't know why I finalized that more. That's why, because that shading was there. What a fool I've been. Hello, welcome in. Also, graduating, I started my own construction company because I couldn't get a job in art. I'd like to think I'm pretty good though. I believe that you are. I'm sure. It's hard to because the biggest problem for me is marketing myself, and so it's a matter of like you gotta network, which I am not business oriented. I am so bad at networking. I freeze up in like one-on-one conversation. I'm so bad at like mingling at parties and stuff. But you gotta go to like job fairs and you gotta meet people and just, connect with people. Luckily, I've gotten to know a couple of good people who had more resources for me. I'm hoping to kickstart some more animation specific stuff soon. But yeah, I understand having to not drop it. Obviously, you want to keep working at it, but having to sacrifice that and do a job that you don't necessarily want to do, and that's hard. Luckily, I've gotten to the point where I've saved up enough that I can take a little bit of a break, a much needed break, just work on this. And I just can't fathom personally climbing a corporate ladder. That's not my MO. So if I ever do anything, my jobs have been very more contract oriented, taking it a little bit at a time rather than worrying about like whose butt I gotta kiss type stuff. I totally get that. Hello, welcome in. I remember you, right? Yeah. I've been drawing since I was 6, 38, but I didn't go back to school until I was 33. Okay, I still draw every day and I stream. Nice! Well, that's good. I'm glad you kept up. That's the biggest struggle, I think, for most people, is just like finding that routine. And I honestly think that's what's most beneficial to getting better at it, is to just keep working at it. But yeah, for sure. I get that. Let's see. This. I actually like that little gap. That does give me some breathing room. For what I'm going for, I think it's good. It's gonna be a one-off. It's not that important. I don't know why I spent as much time as I did correcting it, but here we are. I want to see how this looks. Just as a very minimal offset. Actually, what if I just don't do line art? I don't know how I feel about it. But it just gives it a different pop. I don't hate that. I don't know. There's something about it that I like. Agreed. Yeah, I currently go to school for 3D production for film and video games while also keeping up with illustration in 2D. Yeah. I don't have a love-hate relationship with 3D, but it's just not my cup of tea. I recognize that it is a very powerful tool, but I am not the person to wield it. I do like 3D animation. It does have its perks, but I feel like it loses a lot of the character, the expression. As 2D, you're just so constricted. that's just my personal take. And I also recognize that when done correctly, 3D can be very powerful, very expressive, very well done. I just think that on a corporate scale, when people are doing animation, the reason that 2D died off was because of Disney, and I think Disney saw Pixar and was like, they could pump that out at half the amount of time at the same like length of movie. We're gonna invest fully in this and cut all ties with 2D. And that's what they did, and it sucks. And I think that yes, Toy Story is a great movie, but it could be more expressive. There are instances in that movie that did not age well. Still looks good. I still love Toy Story. But anyway, my point being, I think that 2D has the capacity to be more expressive, the capacity to be... I just love 2D animation. The fact that you can control every single frame is important to me. And I know that that takes a lot more time. I get it. But it makes it more special. To me, anyway. Oh, I haven't checked Discord in a minute. Let's see what's up. Oh, yeah, if you're not in the Discord, feel free to join and post your stuff there. I was gonna say something else about the Discord. I don't remember. It'll come back to me if it was important. Do I do it this way? I like that. All right, this is where you guys vote. This is the democratic section of my channel. Is that everybody? There's democracy here. What are we feeling? You did join. Awesome, thank you. 100% agree. 6 a.m. for me as well. I should go to sleep. I appreciate you tuning in for the small amount of time that you were here. You should go to sleep if it is 6 a.m. and you haven't slept yet. But I definitely have been there. I definitely do sleep like that sometimes. I shouldn't say I have been there. I am there. I go to bed at like 4 a.m. See you later. Thank you for popping in. All right, democracy. Here we go. Vote. Do we like the offset outline with the paint, or do we just have the line where it is completely normal, or do we do just the color and no line like that? Working. Damn. Dang. I will let you decide. I think it's fine in any aspect. I will allow you to choose. We do. Well, I have the color. Didn't do my circle. Second choice? Okay. Second choice, I believe, was just regular. Yeah, that one? Yes, this is for the avatars. This is my depressed pose. I'm kind of doing one of those emotion charts where you have all the different guys making different faces. Second choice off. Show the first one again. First one was offset, which is, I'll probably just, put it somewhere like that. Actually, or like that. Just offset in general, and then I'll perfect that whatever angle I want to put it at. So you got this. Okay, that's pretty good. Or you've got this with the outline, or you've got just color. So I'll give him a Tic Tac. A Tic Tac? I actually have Tic Tacs in my car. They're the orange ones though, which are kind of just candy, so I don't know that would help. Do I sound tired? My voice, I'm losing my voice, maybe? Walk for this long. Offset is cool. Second one, I believe, was the one with the outline. Normal. Offset. I think the offset, while cool, makes clarity of avatar a little lost. Gotcha. Yeah, the overlapping line with too much. Okay. Hopefully you can't hear me swallowing my water. That would be gross. Okay, so what I'm getting is offset is a little too much, and that this is better. Yeah? Is that what we're feeling? Just color? Because it does stand out, and what I was thinking was that it matches in a different way. It matches the vibe of this one. Nope. This one. Where it's just very, and it's just a rectangle and a, pretty basic. But this is basic in a different way. Where it's just color, This is also a one-off gag. It really does not matter that much. I just thought I'd give you some authority over what happens, and make you guys feel involved, right? I want you guys to have a say, and I want to make it clear that I'm listening to you. Because I respect your decisions. I respect your eye for the arts. That's why you're here. We're all artists. I keep drinking a full bottle a day, and I just have to pee all day. It means I'm healthy. At the very least, I'm getting enough water. I know that. Okay. Okay. We'll just do color. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. So these are all done. All right. You guys get a sneak peek because you tuned in. I couldn't say the same one. Yeah, drink your water. Make sure you're hydrated. Hydrate or dihydrate, as we say in the business. Okay. You get a sneak peek at all the poses because you were here for the stream. I respect that, and I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. So, yeah, this one. I forgot how big this one is. That's like me. I just organized this so that it fits in the format of the video. So this is where it will be on the screen. Those are kind of the same, but I'm like shaking my hand like a little animation in your face. You gotta turn around. Well, like a quarter turn. A nod with that quarter turn, and then like a comment on that quarter turn. Dang. I got the whisper. I'm scheming. Have a deep inhale. I feel like, what did I do on the line work there that it's very thick? I don't know what I did. It's so applicable. This is gonna be a good sticker. We're gonna use this a lot in the Discord. This is a thank you. This is a oh, This is my One Punch Man when the guy's armor breaks and he goes, okay. This is just a neutral. This is my manic laugh. Just a basic talk. a frustrated talk, like you know, give it a little stank. I really like the mouth. Mouth is really good. This is me ranting. Should make my hand bigger. Make that hand better, actually. And follow my rules. Of the overlapping line. In fact, I think that should probably just be a neutral based on that angle. Probably too much line work here too. Yeah, it's better. Frustrated. I have too many frustrated ones, I feel like. I feel like I'm angry. I'm an angry person. Not actually. I'm probably... I don't say the happiest person, you know, but I'm pretty happy. I'm up there. Very angry. Fly in the face of my previous comment. Very angry. This one's gonna pop off. I'll probably shake him around too, you know? Ow. On the wrong layer. That would have been funny. You know? What I sound like when I'm angry. Sure. So that. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. And then I'm just, you know, pointing at something. On the contrary, and then a hey, and then a sad. Okay. Let me glance through the script real quick. I'll let you guys comment on what you wish while I look that up. Because I want to make sure that I got all the poses that I want. But I'm pretty sure that's all I wanted. I think I got everything in there that I needed. I've got a wave. I've got rules, basic chat, interjection, gesture. Most of these are going to be covered by the basic talking poses. I'm flashbanging myself. I need to figure out how to make Google Docs dark mode. This is killing me. I feel like that meme where the guy disintegrates by the big Kamehameha. We got angry, we got wait, we got depressed, we got gesture. I could do like an excited, potentially. We got a I hope you can't see my screen. That's okay. I'm willing to leak it. It's fine. Yeah, kind of like an angry... miffed. Angry. Oh, I might have to do air quotes. Got my laugh. I've got my thank you. Depressed. Actually, that might be a funny... That could be a funny bit. That could be a bit. I think I might use the laugh as like an excited. It's not terrible. I think I got everything except maybe air quotes and... Shit, what else did I say? Oh, I forgot. I should have written it down. What a fool. What a fool I've been. I forgot. Does anybody remember what I was saying? What other pose I was talking about? I'm embarrassed. Oh, yeah, the other... yes. The sad for the bit. That's what it was. It could work. Let me see what it looks like. What I would do, you know? Yeah, that's not bad as excited as well. Laugh and excited. I get excited when I laugh. It just happens. Group. Yeah. That's my sad. Just the sad sideways semicolon. That's how it's written in the script, so that's what I wanted to put. I gotta follow the script. How desperately do I want air quotes? Let me see if I'm willing to read it. If I'm willing to share my script a little bit. mean, if it's for the bit, I gotta do it. Those are the rules, you know? Gotta do it. Sorry, I'm blowing up. I've almost finished this for a second time for the day. That's nuts. It is very funny to leave this on screen for people who are just tuning in. Oh, I was looking at my stream and I thought that I could drag my thing on the stream screen that I was on. I might be the biggest loser on the beach. Me right now. Anyway. Stop. I'm busy. Alright. I'm gonna do air quotes. Do air quotes. Because it's for the bit. Gotta do it for the bit. Line. Here. Let's do... Honestly, it keeps up here and just kind of follow along. You know, this is gonna be rough because I always have trouble with the way that the thumb is shaped when you do the bunny ears. You know, for the air quotes. I always struggle with that for some reason, but that's why we draw. That's why we practice. That's probably why. It's because I don't know why I did it like that, but it works. And I'm not gonna cheat. I'm not gonna cheat and just do the same hand duplicated over to the other side. No. I refuse. I will draw it again to force myself to do better in the future. I don't know why I drew my left hand way better without even using reference, but I certainly did. Maybe spoke too soon. I cannot draw. I guess it helped to have that hand from the other pose, or from the other avatar on here. Probably, if I had to guess. losing my lines. There we go. It is. I was concerned this was going to take a while. That is way useful to have a good model sheet that you can just reference back to. And also if you're not really super particular about how it looks in the end. Alright, what is my face gonna look like? I'm feeling for a face, for air quotes. I think it's angry enough. I think I need to be angrier based on my previous poses. I do kind of like the unibrow though. Hair's off. His chin is still on me. Oh, I was on the line. That's why. Probably could have kept those separate for a second, but still drafting. Also, my head is too small. For sure, for sure. Keep doing that. Need to put this below. There we go. Nope. Not that. No, head too big. Alright. I like having sharp angles. Not what my chin looks like, but what it feels like sometimes. Oh shit, I can make it better. How do I want to go? That way. Straight in. Yes. Like the unibrow, mix the unibrow. Oh yeah, that does help a lot actually. Unibrow's just not my style. Do like those little forehead wrinkles do a lot of heavy lifting with the expressions. A lot of heavy lifting. This line is also detracting from. Hat's too small. Looks like one of those constable hats from UK. Back in like, I'm thinking of the Sherlock Holmes movies with RDJ. Yes. There, we'll do another draw over. I do like the way that this wraps around. That's nice. You ever just look at your own drawing and go, damn, there's some good stuff going on, and then you look at the rest of it and you're like, damn, I wish that was better. Me RN. I'm gonna push it dramatically this way, just to emphasize that. Alright. Nope, not better. Now it looks like a sailor hat. Wearing a salmon suit. You're going to show me off to the town wearing a salmon suit. That's a good one, Squidward. Yeah, that's better. Ooh. Ooh. That helps a little bit. Kind of like my evil eyeliner I had going on there. used to hate the way that my ears stuck off the side of my head, but I really like the way that looks. Something nice about my ear. Potentially, if I fix this lip. How's that feel? Yeah, I like having the little open mouth. Again, it breaks up the shape. I don't know if anybody was here for that discussion earlier, but I'll talk about that on another day with like S-curves. And I don't know how well this applies, but it's the 80-20 rule, 70-30 rule, something. There's some ratio where it's every small amount, there should be a big amount, and vice versa. So like when you have a straight line on one end of your shape, you should have a broken up line to emphasize the form. Just in that dynamic. And so like for example, that was a bad example of the 30, I think it's 30-70 line. 30-70 rule. For like fire effects or for hair, let's do hair. For every big gestural shape, like a strand, you want to break it up 30% of it. So out of this whole shape, 70% is the big, 30% is the small-ish. And that just helps make more dynamic silhouettes, etc. I'll get into that in another instance whenever anybody comes to me with some issue about that, regarding that. But my point of that being that, you know, just breaking up that shape looks better than just having a flat line. But I need to figure out how to make that merge into my chin. I'm struggling with the chin here. Yes. Although I've got this line that's problematic. I've done my chin in the past. For whatever reason, I'm blanking. Yeah, you know, it's fine. I think it's because I only have the one break in the mouth. Not bad. Like I need to... Something about the mouth can be better. Yeah, like a grimace, like a. Mm. Do I want? Honestly, it looks kind of good with the teeth. You know, just like a little something or other. Nah, I like that better, but I might change the angle. I might make it wrap around this way. Yeah, Nike swoosh, just do it. Why not? Let her rip. How are my elbows looking? Okay. Yeah. Put this in. Let's compare those elbows. Is that right? I feel like those might be a little long. I really like the shape. Kept the shape. Why can't I? Oh, it's still selected over there. That's why. Yeah. Ooh, what was I gonna do? This. A little small. Yeah, sure. Pretty good. I'll make a draft at this point. Let's get that. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right, I'm happy with that. I will draw over that. at some point, but I believe I'm gonna wrap up there. It's been 5.5-ish hours, almost, and I am hungry, so I gotta make food for dinner. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you learned something, or smiled, or were entertained, or thought that my drawing was cool. If the person who did my fan art is still here, I would like to feature your stuff on my story. We can talk in the Discord. But if you have socials that you want to share, put that in the Discord, and then I would like to put you on my story, because that is really cool fan art, and I love the fact that I have a following to the point that I now have fan art being made of me, and that's really cool. So thank you so much for that. That did make my day. And it's really good. It looks great. I'm gonna steal it and make it my avatar. No, I want to give you credit because that was really cool. Anyway, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you join the Discord, and we can hang out. You can put your art in there. We can discuss. If you want critique, we can do critique. But for the most part, just post it and people will up it. I know I for a fact am gonna up it, because I love that people are joining and just sharing their stuff and are passionate about it, and yeah, it's great. I'm glad we have this little community that we're making. So thank you so much. Go eat. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. And I will see you same time, Monday, 3 p.m.